Hey everyone, sorry for the longer wait at the start there. I figured instead of having to wait for me to fix issues, I would actually fix them before I turned the camera on this time. I did forget to close the window, however, which is why I was leaning that way. So welcome in everybody to Community Night for the Two Neurons Discord server and YouTube channel. Today's going to be a bit different. We're not doing prep. We are going to explore, however, taking Blueprint code and converting it over to C++ code. Hey Sam, how are you? I'll have you remind me again in about 5 minutes. And it's gonna be a bit easier than it probably sounds. So really what we're doing is we're taking what we did last time. We saw me working on last time, and we're converting that over from, we're not converting all of it over, we're converting a new base class over, because I'm going to need one, I'm going to need to refactor it at some point, and two, I know that I need to refactor it now, because I need to add in an element that both the NPC and the player are going to use. I currently only have it in the player, and this is actually what I just asked Sam to remind me about later on, but I need it both in both. Now I could just go ahead and create a new prototype Blueprint class and set everything up in there and then reparent the other two. But because I know in the long run I am going to convert this project over to C++, I am going to want to do that. Well, I'm going to do that at some point. So after discussing with, Sam actually, we've decided, well, let's start now. And originally I was just going to convert the base class over, the one we're going to make. We have to start there. But I was looking at some stuff literally for the prep for the stream and went, oh, you know what? We probably should convert these two things over as well. So we're going to convert, one thing over. In my head it's two, but it's actually just one thing. We're going to convert one other thing over, which is the component that I made in a previous stream. Now, I don't have my cheat file open, which I was going to use for references for the use specifiers. We'll take care of that in a second. But with all that said, welcome in once again, and if you have not already, all you have to do to help support the channel is hit that like button down below. Sorry, I paused because I was thinking I got the wording out of order, because what I normally say is this video and this live stream, and the videos on this channel are brought to you by Patreon sponsors, and you too can support the channel, and all you have to do is hit the like button down below. And if you've not already, make sure to hit the subscribe and notify icon so you know when we're doing these live streams, and so you know when the next tutorial videos are out. For those who don't know, I release tutorials on Monday. We do a community live stream on Friday starting at 5 o'clock and running about 4 hours. And likewise, we do the same on Saturday starting at 12:30 and running, between 4 to 7 hours. That's 4 to 7, not 47. Now, I was going to say something on top of that as well. Oh yeah, those times are all in British summertime, BST. And as I said, all you have to do to help this channel is hit that like button. So with that said, let's go over to our project after our usual intro. If it would actually play the intro. Did I hit the record button again? I did, but it didn't start recording, thank God. Camera? There we go. So here we are in our map. I was hopeful the play button would go off before the intro is over, but no, it didn't. It's a bit slow to load. But I just want to show you where we're at, what's going on with this, and then we'll get it over into the conversions. It would be lovely if the play button actually, did the play thing. Okay, we're just going to sit here for a moment, apparently. Waiting for it to compile. So, Sam, I'm doing well, by the way. Sorry I didn't answer your question earlier. How are you doing? I'm also trying to reply to a text message, and I can't type the word compile in. There we go. I'm a bit slow sometimes. Oh, okay. Really? I should have loaded up the map we're actually using for testing stuff, because that map actually loads faster. I just think things look cooler on this map, mostly because I haven't set the other map to have the same effects as this map currently has in terms of the movement, which is going to be more of the gameplay style of movement. The test map has a less gameplay style of movement that makes it easier for me to figure out various settings I want to play with. Or not various settings. Makes it easier for me to run tests. Seriously, this is taking ages. Like, I can't stop out of this. I can't nope out of this. Okay. So I'm just going to stare into the camera with longing gaze, just waiting for this to go off. Now? Now? Okay, I'm done. Sorry, I had to make that joke at least once. Yeah. Oh, I'm really terrified to see my Spotify end of year playlist, because I know that this playlist is on repeat for like the entire thing. And this isn't the sort of music I normally listen to. Like, there we go, it started. I'm on like metal and rock. Oh, yeah, the stuff at the top is the stamina counter. Ignore that. Wow, it is laggy. Alright, so hey, we're in our astronaut's body. I will change that texture out at some point, not to say Mars on it. There's also one on the back. And I also want to get the... Hang on, you can't see this because we're in the character, but if I pop out of the character, we have this blue stripe. Like, I want this to be a red stripe because that makes more sense. And if you don't know what that red stripe would mean, the red stripe stands for the person in command of the mission, and there's that Mars bit there. It also has a Mars bit on the back that we can't see without me changing over to that. But let me repossess our guy here. I do like the fact that the sun... Actually, hang on. I really like the reflection off the lens there. And I probably will set the... set a float value on a parameter float value for emissive on where the lights are, so that when we do things like... Let me just hit F8 real quick and turn on the flashlight. When we do things like that, we can actually see that light up. So, like, if we have a mirror, we can see, oh, hey, it's on that way. I just hit the wrong button. It's F. I'm also going to change the font size so it doesn't take 2 lines, or change the wording. Maybe it'll be EV lights. So, there's our walk. So, because we're in no gravity, we have our nice little bouncy walk. Yes, I know there are sounds. We wouldn't have sounds in space, but for now, we have sounds, mostly because I haven't put the check-in for where we are for sounds. I just automatically bypass it. Now, next to this robot who doesn't work right now, there's another one down there that does work. We have what will happen when we enter into an area where our boots, which will be magnetic boots, or mag boots, work properly. So let me just wander over that way. Sam, you actually have a copy of it. Oh, hey, he can turn around now. Cool, see. Now, you might not have noticed, oh, I didn't point it out, actually. Hang on, let me just go back through that area. There we go. Alright, so I can move forward, right? Boink. Alright, I'm now hitting the D key, nothing happens. A key, nothing happens. S key, nothing happens. W key, forward. W and D, I'm now moving to the side. W and A, I'm now moving to the other side. And I did this for when we're in space to represent the fact that, well, your center of gravity is going to feel different. You have to lean different ways. And in fact, this is something that's discussed by the Apollo astronauts. If you have not read the book, From Earth to the Moon, it is... Oh, no, sorry, that's not what it's called. That's the mini-series on HBO that's based off of it. Let me look up the book name really quickly. I actually have it on my phone. I listen to it like once every 2-3 years. Maybe it is From Earth to the Moon. Oh, I really hate how the search feature on this now works. Like, it doesn't search my library, it searches the bookstore. Do you want to buy this? So the book is A Man on the Moon, The Voyages of Apollo Astronauts by Andrew Choltkin. And they talk about it in that, in the sense of, you know, you feel like you're falling over. So I figured, you know, to represent how hard it is to work in space, when we're in that space environment, well, you can't go backwards. You can't walk backwards as easily. So we're not going to allow you to walk backwards. And you can't strafe. So if you want to move to the side, you have to either turn or sidestep, like we are, not sidestep, but like move at an angle like we are now. Now when we go back through that mag thing, let me just go back that way. This is oddly really annoying when you're trying to demonstrate stuff, but... Alright. So now I can move forward, right? I'm just going to go a bit farther forward. And you can see him rotating to follow me. For some reason, the nav match isn't working. Oh, hey, I did it by accident. I'm walking backwards now. Right, left. And now, let me just get my butt down there. Oh yeah, as you can tell, I've added in a thing for stamina. As you get to lower stamina, the screen gets darker and darker. Alright, let me just let the stamina recharge a bit. I don't have it counting up for the recharge, so yeah. We just kind of have to deal with that one. I also just got a notification that some dude named 2 Neurons went live. Like, what do I care? Sorry, my phone lit up with that notification. You have to flip the footprint because both legs... no, what you were seeing was the fact that I had stepped over myself while going backwards. It does that. And I need to figure out a way to resolve that. But if I turn around... Hang on. I fixed this, because I noticed this issue already. What the... No, that is right. That is a left foot there. And that should be... What the hell is going on? Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've just walked on a surface where it's not going to be easy to see. Yeah, I have. Alrighty. I need to be on flatter surface for this. I mean, we can always check it on the test map. Oh, hey, there's our robot. It now sees me. It's moving towards me. We can see we have particle effects. Hi, Mr. Robot. So yeah, that's where we're at. And let's take a better look at things in an environment where it's set up for us to test more easily. I just went to the wrong folder. We want to go to test map 2. Not sure what demos is anymore. I think I put that in for animations I had saved up. But I, for the life of me, can't remember in reality if that's animations or something else. Yeah, so let's load up this other map. It does take a moment for these things to load up, as you know. So just give me another second. I need to go onto Discord on my phone really quickly, grab something. And yeah. Oh, by the way, the map has loaded. For some reason, it starts black until I click the screen. Copy link. Sorry, I'm just posting on my own server in case people didn't realize. And I'm going to do that now. See, that's one thing I don't like about Nightbot, or not Nightbot, that's Twitch, about Me6 and YouTube, is it doesn't do the announcement when I actually go live. It only does the announcement. It only does the announcement for when I've actually made the thing. Like, so when I make the live stream settings, it makes the announcement that day, which is usually a day or two before the live stream. So it's a bit, yeah, wonky like that. Sorry. I'm also putting on another thingamajigger really quickly. Right. So if I hit this, we then have the textures back. So this volume here is actually a sound. Oh, it's what we're using to test distractions. And then we're just looking at our assets over there. But let's take a look at this robot again, just in a different way, just so we have another understanding of how this is working. Also, Sam, I can check the footprints because I swear to God I fixed that. But with the number of crashes I've been experiencing, the number of... Seriously? The number of... You know what? This isn't going to work because I turned off the debug for that. I've turned down the injury debug, our death screen. Give me 1 second to actually resolve that back to the other debug. That's up here, and what we're gonna do is on spacebar. Never do what I'm doing, by the way. Never do that. That is bad. That is literally just for me to test it. All right. So if we hit this, and now we can get that to work. Probably should have hit F11 so you don't have to see the UI all messed up when it's on a resolution that aspect ratio it is not designed for. Oh crap, I forgot I have not turned that off. I'm like, why can't I move? So anyway, let's hit space. And you notice you can't hear a sound, but there's a sound agent over there. He'll go to it, and then he'll start randomly patrolling, hopefully. Why aren't you patrolling? There we go. Okay. You were patrolling. Okay, now we're patrolling. Unfortunately, he's heading my direction, which means he might see me. Oh, picking a different direction to move. You'll notice the movement is much faster here. That's what I was talking about earlier when I said there's a setting difference between the two maps. And I think I'm actually in his... No, now I am. Yeah, he saw me. So if we do that, we can now see he actually has visual sight of me. If I move into the yellow circle, we look down, we can see... Oh, we can only see the green one. But there, underneath that yellow one, that's our sound. So if I were to restart this, if I hit escape and then do Alt-P, and we enter debug mode again. If you're not familiar with what I was doing here, wow. Wow, 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 wow. I just looked over as I did that. Man, the loading of this up kills the frames. So if you want to hit debug mode, make sure the actor you want is in the viewport properly. So like him, if I click it again and look over here. Oh, sometimes you're able to pick up the AI for other actors. Like I picked up the sound volume before. So this is our behavior tree setting. We can see the behavior tree is running. I'm just going to turn off everything for a moment. That is our environmental query, not environmental query system, because that's 3. That is our perceptrons. So if we look around, thanks Unreal 5, that white stuff in the distance is a glitch we get with Unreal 5 for some reason. It's actually the landscape being messed up. But let's look at the spheres around the guy for a moment. This violet one, I think that's neon pink. This neon pink one is the limit to their sight. So this is when we're out of range. Sorry, it's not the limit to their sight. It's if they see us, this is when we get out of their sight. The green one is the limit of their sight. So we have to enter the green one for them to see us. And be in their angle of view. Right now it's set so we can only see like a normal human in front of him and a bit on the sides. Actually, he can see perfectly from the side. So it's a bit better than normal human. But once we are in front of him and we enter that green area, he'll spot us. And once we enter here, or exit here, he won't be able to see us. And the yellow one is his hearing range currently. These are just test values just to make sure it's working. So I'm going to enter, and you notice that he can't see me. He still can't see me, even though I'm in the green. Also, if you hear that weird noise with the footsteps, I was messing around with the reverb, so you're hearing all the reverb stuff as well. Sorry about that. So now, if I move into his yellow circle, because I am making noise that we can actually hear, he will spot me. So one more step, and we're in the circle, and then one more for him to hear it. Huh. I might have turned off that element of the animation. I will oh no, he heard us. Okay. I wasn't being loud enough for him to hear us. So let's just speed up. I don't think I can outrun him with the current setting. No, I can't. I'm out of stamina. But that gives you an idea. And then if I turn on this, it's a bit hard to see, and I really wish we could get rid of... So you can see the nav pathing as well. That's what all those squares are. It's the A-star algorithm being worked out. So you can see our Blackboard settings up there. Ignore the fact that patrol location and start patrol location are invalid. We haven't had him patrolling. Now, if I had done the sound thing earlier that I did in the first preview of this, you would have seen those numbers change. What we have is where he can currently see me, which is my current player location. I'm not sure why current sound's invalid. That shouldn't be invalid. Oh, no, I changed current sound out for an actor, so it's picking me up. That's why. And we can see the status is that it sees me, the player. Now, if I hit escape and restart this... Sorry for the long intro to what we've done. I realize there's a lot going on here, and it can be a bit, yeah, overwhelming. And I will respond to that in a minute. I saw that message. If you're still here, let me just hit our preview mode again, and 4. Okay, so if I hit space, you can see that's where he's heard the sound over there. If I zoom in, you can see the pathing he took to get there as well. Or it's a robot. There's no gender there. And now we can see that it is in patrol mode. So it's alert to sound currently. It went to patrol mode. I need to figure out why it's jumping back. Now we're in patrolling. And unfortunately, oh god, it's moving towards me. So Test Warehouse, by the way, is the name of the actor I used to create that thing. Oh god. That patrol radius for hunting me down is going to be really useful. You can also see that it's calculating the distance, so it knows when it needs to jump to the next section. Which, honestly, I really want to watch that distance now. Oh, he's going to see me. Oh, wow. Wow, that was really close. So, hey, Sergey, how you doing, man? Welcome in. So I'm actually, hang on, I want to restart this. I want to see one particular value on that, because if you notice, wow, the frame drop between me hitting play and that. So if you notice the, sorry, we're going to wait a moment. It's just lagging really badly. So if you notice that when we do this, we get our perceptrons back up. What I want to pay attention to is, hopefully my mouse shows up on screen. It does, at least for me. Over here, when it's moving and it has that 2D distance, so that's the distance, that straight line distance in 2D space, and it's going down. Well, when it hits 0, and we've just done that, I've been alerted to sound, it should, when he reaches the destination, actually switch over. Now, sorry, I paused because I realized I might know why it isn't. And it might not be switching over due to the fact that we are telling the AI that it has a particular lifetime to acknowledge that whatever it's seen or heard exists. Think about Skyrim for a second. You're playing a stealth archer, and don't lie, you've all played stealth archers before. If you played Skyrim. And when you shoot an enemy and they can't see you because you have stealth at 100, and they're literally like looking around like, well, it must have just been the wind, and he walks away or she walks away. That moment in a game, that moment in that game is that lifetime expiring on that alert. So our perceptrons have alerts. You don't want it responding to quote-unquote stale sounds like, oh, I heard this sound 30 minutes ago, so I'm going to investigate this area, and the player's off on the other side of the map. Like, no, that doesn't work. So or for example, in Skyrim, eventually you want to be able to move again and attack enemies. So you need the AI to resume a normal mode. Now, because of what we're going for this, it goes to a different patrol mode than its normal patrol mode, which I haven't fully set up yet. Welcome in, Adrian. How are you doing today, man? And thanks for the compliment. But what I want to have happen is when it reaches the spot where the noise was, it just spends like a moment there kind of looking around and then moves elsewhere. So let me just get that sound cue. Would be helpful if I had it on. Oh, yeah, again, we're looking here at the distance when it pops up, and we're going to be looking here at the status. Currently, we're on idle. The target will be the test warehouse again. So let's just go ahead and hit that. And we can see that his distance on the 2D plane, there we are. He's alert to sound still, or it's alert to sound still. Okay, so it didn't do the weirdness it did earlier. I'm not sure. Okay, so it just was a short patrol distance last time is what we saw when he ran back and forth. All right, so that's where we're at. What we're going to do today, as I said, we need to convert, we need to have a parent class for the character and the NPC, because the environment in which they're both in, be them in space, or be they inside a pressurized capsule of some sort, they are going to move and respond differently. And instead of having the same system twice, which is bad OOP, we're going to have one system, and we're going to inherit from that system in 2 derived classes. So to do that, we're going to cheat a bit, which is to say, we're not going to pseudocode. Why aren't we pseudocoding? Here is our pseudocode. We have all the concepts, the logic, everything is in place here. Well, mostly everything. There will be some background stuff, the header stuff related to this side that we have to actually think about a little bit. Just a little bit. Honestly, we have to think more about the change in the function names from this to the standard C++ version from Unreal. So we don't have the pseudocode. We have it all here. So all I'm going to do is, I know that certain parts of this are going to go into the BP, or not, into the character class I'm going to create. Certain parts are going to go into that parent character class. We're going to focus on that parent one today, and we're also going to convert over the stats component to C++ as well. So let's go ahead and get that started by going into our class files. We'll go into our main. This is the main class file, the source file. We're going to create a new class. It will be a character class, so we're going to inherit from uCharacter. And we're going to call this character base or character master. Now, I'm going to call it base because when I'm in C++, I think of this as the base thing I'm working from. Your naming conventions are going to be yours. Use whatever naming conventions feel right to you. Now, do I want this to be public or private? Well, if I'm thinking about general good practice in a multiplayer game, something like this, I'm definitely going to be making private. I don't want to expose this to people. I don't want you to be able to inject stuff in the DLL and mess with settings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for public in this case because we're not a multiplayer game. I don't mind if you cheat in a single player game. You're only ruining the experience for yourself potentially, or enhancing the experience for yourself depending on why you're cheating. I mean, okay, so as much as like, I'm an old enough person that I remember when console commands and debug commands were included in all games. And I started gaming really young, and like, let's be fair, I probably wouldn't have been in Dark Forces 1, and I referenced that earlier today to somebody, without the cheat codes. To give you an idea of how old I am, Dark Forces 1 is one of the very first, actually I think it is the first FPS game I bought, and I wasn't even like 8 when that game came out. Actually, what year? Okay, hang on. We have to look this up because it's going to drive me crazy. What year did Dark Forces 1 come out? 1995. Yeah, no, I wasn't even 10. I was 8. I was 8 when this game came out. I wouldn't have been able to beat that game without console commands. Let's be fair. Glad to hear you're doing well, Adrian. Glad to hear you're doing well, man. All right, let's go ahead and create this class. Now, it's going to take a moment because I, as an idiot, as I said, didn't open up Visual Studio, nor did I open up my normal cheat file. Also, I'm going to do some bad today. Some things that you should never do. I'm going to be doing hot reloading. Yes, I know that Unreal and Epic say hot reloading is fine. Wow, that took a long time for that to actually populate. Sorry, if you don't know why I said that too, it was the fact that this, which is a Unreal add-on for Visual Studio, took several moments to pop in. I don't need my git changes for this. Sorry, that's from working on the engine. Oh, speaking of which, for tomorrow's stream, I do have the rosterization now working. I can rasterize stuff. It's just not rasterizing in the way that I want it to. Which is to say, when I render it to screen, I have my orthographic settings, so I know that they're working correctly and everything looks right. But for some reason, the sizing of everything is wrong. Just flat out wrong. So I can't resolve that tonight. That is what we'll be doing tomorrow, is figuring out where I have messed up my matrix tables. Because matrix math in a flattened matrix is so much fun. That said, I am really glad I converted over to make my flattened matrix and not look flattened. For those of you who don't remember what I did in the last stream, I had, index 0, index 5, index whatever, and we converted that to column plus row times 4. So 0 plus 0 times 4 would be index 0. 1 plus 0 plus 1 plus 0 times 4. No, that's not right. 1 plus 1 times 4. Yeah, 1 plus 1 times 4 would be index 5. Sorry, I had to think about that in the right order, because 1 plus 0 times 4 is index 1. 0 plus 1 times 4 is the 4th index. So yeah, it's... But when you condense it down to that 2D setup, and you're thinking 0, 5, 14, 15, the final entry, it gets really confusing when the entire glue and OpenGL library is a flattened matrix, but written as if it wasn't flattened. You're like, what indice am I looking at? But I've messed something up somewhere in there, so we're going to take care of that. Also remember, I think you showed stuff you wanted to... Also remember, I think you showed stuff you wanted to show, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure what you mean by that one, Sam. I showed stuff that I wanted to show. Sorry if I'm being an idiot. Right, so we have our usual starter. We will not be using inputs here, so we can get rid of that. And do we have any includes related to that? Core minimal character, nope. No, we don't. Okay. So, yeah, that gives us plenty of room to work with. Let me just get Unreal back up. Yes, of course you failed. I know you did. That's your job, Unreal. Sorry for the sarcasm. Oh yeah, that's what I was... No. Gravity Mag Boots Site Audio. That is literally what I meant by everything I was showing earlier. And what we're doing in the stream itself. I just had to remember why we were making the base class, and that's Gravity Mag Boots, which leads on to the audio and visual stuff as we were talking about yesterday. So, I just, sorry, I'm going to actually bring this back over here so you can see what I'm doing. I'm going through here. We are definitely not putting the widget in. We don't need the zoom. What is this enum class, actually? Where would I put that? Because I'm not using my normal setup. It's going to be in player. Okay, yeah. You know, as I'm looking at this, I'm thinking we might have an enum that the parent class is going to need too, but I'm not sure. We are going to use the default currents that we have here. In fact, I'm likely just going to create a structure for this, because if we pop over to our component and look at everything, it's also that setup as well. So we're going to create a float min max structure, and to do that, sorry, I made a mistake, and I'm kicking myself for it right now. I've screwed this up. I did not want this here. This is not the setup I wanted. So, what I'm going to do is actually remove these. And then I am going to minimize this for a moment. We're going to just show in Explorer. And then I'm going to go into here. Okay, there's nothing else in there. Okay, we can just delete these two folders then. Whew, I really do not like doing that in Unreal. That makes me really uncomfortable. All right, let's try that again. This is still going to be public. And actually, hang on. I want to do something before I do that. That's what always trips me up. All right. This will be core. And we're going to call it character or characters. And we'll call this character base. We'll make it public now. Because I'm never sure where it puts it. Like, I'm not sure if it puts it at the end or if it's before that stuff. And it's before that stuff. All right. Now we'll create the class. That's the pop-up I was looking for earlier. Discard the changes. Okay, awesome. Let's get rid of this. That's the bit from earlier that I forgot to delete that part of it anyway. Let's get rid of this override because we're not going to use it. Right, the other one we need, let's just minimize that for a moment, is we need a base class. Now, I'm just going to very quickly cheat here and compile. Make sure that we actually load everything in correctly. Right. So let's do this the fun way. Alright, so fun way, we're going to actually load a second instance of this up. Make sure that it actually loads correctly. What is the error we're getting? Alright, Visual Studio, make file target, error, MSB, command, bat, homeward editor. Right. So we're just going to close this out. And we're going to restart it, unfortunately. And we're going to restart it via Visual Studio instead. Hello, Neuron Engine. We don't need that. Hello, Git. Not Git. Launcher. Sorry, this is Git. I actually want to open up a new instance, so I'm going to cheat, and I'm going to get that Explorer back open from earlier. We're just going to pop over to the main file, find our solution. There's our solution, and pray that it compiles. If not, I'm going to start deleting intermediary files, see if that's where the issue is. Every so often, I have gotten that bug before. Right, it successfully loaded. So sometimes that bug is due to an intermediary causing an issue. Sometimes it's due to it thinking I'm being edited in two places. Technically, that's what you're doing. But in Unreal 4, where you could hot reload apparently more easily than this, and also in Preview in 5, you could hot load more easily than you could in this. Apparently now, for some reason, you can't hot reload. At least, I don't think that's true. I think I had some other glitch going on there, but it was giving me that sort of error message. Sorry, Unreal just posted something on Twitter that caught my eye. I'll look at that later. It's a part of Chaos Engine. Right, so for some reason, despite running this from an M.2 that is actually running through a proper M.2 port and not a SATA port, this takes ages. I do not know why. I am not running a low-end machine. In fact, I'm running a very high-end current gen machine. I mean, I do run it like a rented mule with how much rendering I do on it and how I use the CUDA cores on it, so I might have killed my GPU within a year somehow. But it's a 3070, I'm not running that much machine learning on it. Oh, speaking of which, at some point I will do a tutorial on how to actually write code to use the CUDA core system on a GPU. But because I am still learning how to write that code myself, like I've done it and I can do it, but I can't do it to the level that I'm happy with, which is the level at which I would be comfortable teaching it. Once I'm at that level, I'll be doing that. I realize I am doing stuff on some of the live streams where it's like, I have no idea if I'm doing this right. Rendering. I've never made my own renderer. But, you know, here we are, you know, on Saturdays with me trying to build a render engine. Yeah. While we're waiting for this, though, let's take a look at that render engine so we can see, you know, my complaint about anyone on my Discord server. You've seen that complaint probably. By the way, if you're not aware, there is a Discord server for the community. Link is in the description below. All right. So let me just run this really quickly while waiting for that to load. So you can see that the renderer is doing something. So I know this is really hard to see, but we're in an orthographic view. There is a triangle. There is a triangle. What the? Sorry, I was confused for a moment because that triangle wasn't showing up earlier. So yeah, there's a triangle in the bottom right corner. I need to see if that triangle shows up somewhere else now. Give me 1 second. Top right is what I want. No, I have insert on. There we are. All right, sorry. I just really quickly want to see if I got this to work correctly. Oh, I am getting it closer. Okay, sorry. Likely tomorrow's stream will not be me crying in terror at the fact that I can't figure out how the math in this part works. I get the basic idea of the math in this part. Actually, I understand the math in this part. I don't understand what the numbers actually mean, so I've been using Stack Overflow. All right, so we got this back up. If we go back here, we should now see we have our public folder, our character, and all that fun stuff, right? Cool. So we can very easily derive stuff out of there. Right. Sorry, I do need that open for myself now. Man, the lag on the engine. And I'm gonna get core open. Sorry, in the other window, all I'm doing is just opening up the blueprint, so I have my reference, my handy cheat sheet, as it were. And also, while we're here, and I'm going to do this on camera, is I'm just going to bring over this, and we're going to type in UE4, U specifiers, or U property specifiers, sorry. Also, I'll take the metadata one. Thank you. I also will want the other ones. So yeah, if you're not familiar, these are the specifiers you use with your U properties. I need 1 second. I just need to double check something, so I know if I'm making things private or public. So what we need to do is, oh, we're making a structure anyway. They have to be protected. Okay. So they're going to be protected, not public or private. Because I will need the children to have access to them, potentially. You know, I actually might be able to get away with them being private. I would honestly prefer that for good OOP design to keep it private. So what we'll do is we'll do private. And hang on, I do need to open up Neuron Engine for a moment because it has my usual cheekiness in it. It's gonna be in one of the header files. There we are. Attributes. I really need to sneeze as well. Give me 1 second. Actually, pardon me, one full actual second. Sorry, I realized I didn't have a box of tissues in my office, so I had to step out to the bathroom to grab a tissue to blow my nose. Also, man, it is boiling in here with my 3070, like... my right leg is being cooked right now by my computer. Right, so we're going to do our attributes. In fact, I actually like reorganizing these a bit. You know what? I'm not going to fully reorganize that. I can do that off stream. You don't need to see me do that. So, we are going to need a structure. So, I'm completely doing the wrong thing again. Let's go back here for a moment. Let's go down to our thingamajigger. And we'll create a new class. It will be empty, because it's just going to be a header file. And I really don't want there to be a class file, but I don't get a choice in that. So, we'll call this common structs. And it is going to be in core. It will be public, and core should be a capital C. All right, let's create that class. And we don't need. Cool. Did you seriously open up a second instance? Oh, no, you didn't. You just, okay. Reload. No, we'll do that later. We don't need any of these. We don't need a constructor because all we're doing is creating a struct. So let's get rid of that. And we're going to do uStruct. And this will be called min max float. Actually, I'll call this current max float. Okay. So in here, we're going to need a float called current. And we will default this out to 0. I'm thinking about that for a second. And we need another float. Really? You fight me all day about this, and now you decide not to? Wow. Thanks, Visual Studio. Max. And we'll default that out to 100. Also, just to be on the safe side, we'll terminate. What are you arguing with me about, IntelliSense? What are you doing here? Seriously. Yes, by the way, before anyone comments, I know I should be using linter or visual assist. Sorry, I couldn't remember the name of it. I was like visual something. I was like visual aid. No, or visual assist, but I don't, at least when I do tutorials and public stuff, because one, if I'm using something and somebody who's new to this doesn't have that material, they're going to be really confused. Think about me a few weeks ago doing our first C# GUI side of stuff, where I've never worked really with XML before, and I was like, how is he doing this so quickly? How is he doing this? How is he doing this? I'm like, is he using a code snippet? No, he was editing things out of the video, so you didn't see him clicking every time. I only caught it like 3 weeks in when I hit pause at that point. I was confused, and I actually sat there for a moment really doubting like my keyboard abilities. But I'm confident enough, because I've been doing this for a bit, to push forward. I have a lot of new people who struggle understanding what an instance of a class is, what an object is, and have trouble understanding what a null pointer is, or a read none pointer, or read none error. Sorry, I'm looking to see if I have my mug that I used for that particular video, and I was tapping my mug against the microphone in my desk to demonstrate an empty mug is the same as an empty, or a read none error. I know I should have coffee in me. I don't. I'm reading none. I'm empty. But because I know people struggle with those things, I don't want to add extra burden of my screen looking different. It's also why I don't use anything outside of the default setting for the dark mode. I don't change the colors, because for the love of God, I would love for my locals to not be white. I would love for them to be colored in some way. Preferably not purple, because I think purple is the class one. Sorry, I'm just trying to see if there's an example of this anywhere in here. No, there isn't. Lovely. Sorry, let me just save that and close that window. Right, so I need some U specifiers for these, and I need a U specifier for my uStruct. I also think I've declared my struct incorrectly. So I am going to open up my cheat file with all my little notes on Unreal's API, because I've been working in C++ so much, regular C++, that I forgot the API for this. Ooh, which is really sad, because I spent the last month complaining that I forgot the normal standard API, the standard library API, because I've been working in Unreal so much. Sorry, you're going to probably see... I'm going to actually open up a project I'm working on, because having a live version of it ready for me to go. And you've seen this before. This is the prep file for the RTS Remaster series. Please load. Please. I'll give you a cookie. Alright. Funny part is I actually have the same structure in there. So, like, you've all seen me do a math library before at some point in some video. Be it the one here, be it the ones on Udemy or places like that. Be it in the game engine, you've seen me do math libraries. There's always going to be things that you will commonly do. Usually you memorize the code. I have actually forgotten today. So I am just literally looking at where I might have stored that. It's not going to be in resources. Common. I named it common there too. All right. Yeah, no, I completely got that wrong. uStruct is a specifier type. And that is blueprint. Because I want access to this in blueprint type. It actually is a C struct. We want this to be we do not need this to be inherited by our data table, so we don't need to include ftable row base. What we do need to include, which I have totally forgotten, and why I'm really confused by my headers, is we need to force it to do... Oh, I didn't name this correctly. Also, that should be F, following normal conventions. I normally name my header file with the F as well, but I forgot to. So if you don't know, F in Unreal stands for struct. So when you're doing an F vector in Unreal, all a vector is a structure of 2, 3, 4 floats. F vector in particular is the 3 float version of it. Unreal, if you caught the live stream last week, does have other versions. They're used for other things. You see them mostly often in the shader blueprints. And we need a generated. Now, we cannot have this work unless we actually run the macro for that, and that is generated body. So that is the standard macro, and it should give me an error message saying this doesn't exist, but we'll ignore that. Now you're fighting me properly. Thank you. We're going to do a U property here, and we want this to be blueprint read write. So we want to be able to read to it and write to it in a blueprint, and we want to be able to edit it anywhere. So this will allow us to break it. So when we break a struct, so we can see the core elements of it, we can edit it, and it will allow us to set it on the properties panel. I believe that's going to be the same for both of these, so that makes my life easier. Boink. Right, let's switch back over to our solution viewer. Head over to our... Let's just be kind to ourselves too, actually, before we do this. Even though I know what I'm doing with this, or know what I want to do with these variables, I'm just going to say what the current value of variable x is, and likewise what the max value of variable x can be. That's one thing I don't like about not using Visual Assist, is I don't have spell check in my comments. All right, let's pop back over to character base, and in character base, sorry, I just need to see where we're at in relation to that. Okay. I don't have a refresh button. Lovely. We're going to stop debugging. And we're going to build again. And hopefully that will force the... What failed? Missing an apostrophe. Oh. Yeah. Apostrophe. That's a semicolon. I know my things. Hey, Reverse Gutenberg Press. Long time no see, man. How are you doing today? And you say Zup instead of Sup? Really? I'm going to give you a hard time about that in the future, just so you're aware. All right. I really wish I had done this in Unreal 4. Alright, give me a second. We're going to pop back over to that solution, and we're going to reopen it. Because Unreal today really hates me. I am going to do something else a bit different, though. I'm going to generate project files. Okay, I didn't see any errors. I really wish that would pause at the end so I can check if there are errors. There we are. I can see this thing now, thank God. What the... Okay. You're wrong, Visual Assist, but thank you. There we go, okay. Are you... You're supposed to be purple. You're a macro. Why are you orange? Purple is macro. I knew purple was a color for something. you're all macros. By the way, if you don't know, one of the conventions for macros is that macros are written in all caps. Because they're written in all caps, typically you will see them snake case. There we go. Snake case like this because it's really hard to properly parse a all capital word into multiple words. Also, convention in Unreal is Pascal casing, not camel casing. Not that it really matters, but I personally prefer Pascal casing. I just think it's easier on the eyes. Outside of, actually, I think this should be a lowercase f. Outside of, yeah, that actually, hang on. Come on. Why am I actually blanking on what it is? I can type without thinking about it. The second you ask me to think about it, I can't remember what is. It would be lovely, or I would love for the thingamajigger there to actually go. Actually, I think it is a capital F. Sorry, I'm just. Yeah, it's a capital F. Okay, there we go. Hey, Kiwi, welcome in, man. How are you doing? So now we know we can see it. I can actually have some reference to it. Remember, you cannot place anything below the generated, and the base has to be at the top in the implementation file. We're going to include our common struct. So if we look over here, we can see, hey, we're here. We need to pop ourselves up into core there. So we're just going to go back. So I'm going to use Unix style. That brings us into core, and then we should then be able to do common structs.h. Let's see if that errors out. Of course, that macro always errors out for some reason. If you're not familiar with that, get used to it. Right. So what we need then is... I don't have my cheat sheet open anymore. I was like, where's my cheat sheet of the blueprint? I said I was going to use that for a reason. Fine, we'll keep to the convention. There we go. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. Thank you. You're doing good? Glad to hear it, man. Glad to hear it. Sorry, we're just waiting for that to open. So we're going to have one for... Sorry, I'm just going to pop back over here for a second. We're going to have one of these structures for walk speed settings. We're going to have one of them for jog speed settings. We're going to have one of them for run speed settings. And the reason why these are here and not in our component is if we pop over to character. Really? You're gonna fight me on actually showing me this thing? When it loads, and as you probably know from Blueprint, this inherits the character movement component. Our walk speeds are all set in our character movement component. Because we're inheriting from it, we're going to declare it here, so we can set it here in the thing that knows about it, instead of violating encapsulation by having our movement, our custom stats component go, hey, I need to know about this other component. Tell me about this other component. Tell me about this other component. Tell me about this other component. So yeah, we can see we're inheriting from character movement, which is a replicated version there. And we can see it. Let me just so yeah, it's the U movement component there that we are inheriting from, and you can see we actually have that character movement there as an object pointer. In fact, we're going to leave this open because having this as a reference will be kind of useful. Kind of like how they've done this. Huh. This is different than how I typically do it. We're going to use their approach. By the way, this is a great macro to memorize, the with editor only data. So like if I have an output log I'm doing, I will typically only do that with editor only data so that I'm not writing hundreds of random bits of information onto someone's computer for information I've just released. Unreal just opened. That's why the NVIDIA experience thing just popped up. All right, so I can get my references. Yay. Sorry, I know that sounded really boring, but this is a refactoring video, and as we all know, refactoring is just the best thing in the world to do. Okay, sorry, that's actually an accurate statement. That didn't. I should have said that refactoring is the most fun thing in the world to do, because that's where the sarcasm actually comes in. Refactoring, as we all know, is such a tedious experience. All right, these are private, so I don't want any U property specifiers for them, do I? No, I don't. But what I do want to do is do force inline, and it is, we're gonna have a lot of these. We're gonna use copy and paste a lot. We're gonna do one set first, and then we'll do another set, and then another set. So we're gonna do get, oh, actually, no, we don't need that. We do this completely differently. Okay, so we have those. I'm gonna leave that public there because I know I'll need it in a moment. We're gonna do a Boolean variable, b. Sorry, I'm now actually opening up my notes. Mag boots active, which we will default out to false. Falsy. Sorry, I'm still having that E issue, as you can tell. Yeah, we'll not put that in this class. For the love of God, no. Sorry, that's a reference to the widget. And because both the NPC and the AI are pulling, sorry, the AI NPC and the player are pulling from this, we definitely do not want a floating empty pointer to something that will never exist on something that isn't a local client. So we're not going to include our reference to that. Sorry, I'm just checking if there's anything else I definitely want to include. No, we're not going to spawn a sound on the character. We might, but for what we have currently, we're not going to spawn it there. We don't need the camera on this one. We don't need our timelines on this one. Yeah, this is all we just need, actually. So what we're going to do then is create a force inline. It's going to return a bool, and this will be get mag boots active. And because we're doing an inline, we are going to make this a constant. And I put that in the wrong spot. There we go. And we're going to just return b mag boots active because this is private. We've locked it down. We do not want people to be able to get the raw value. I was wondering what was on my tongue. It's beard hair. It's driving me crazy. Did not trim my beard this week like I normally do. Right, then we are going to do a void. We are going to do set mag boots active, and this function itself is one of the ones I want to have set up for the component we're going to create. And we're going to take in one argument of the type bool, and this will be called b should be active, or be active. That's going to be better to use. Let's go ahead and why are you erroring out on me? All right, you're not a real error. I'm going to ignore you. You heard it here, folks. Ignore your errors. Let's go ahead and define this. So we've declared, hey, we want to have a function that is called set mag boots active. We haven't said what this function does. So once IntelliSense catches up to where we're at, we can actually say, what are we doing with this? In terms of thinking about this from Blueprint, if we come here, when we hit this, I'm declaring I want a new function. And here we are defining what that function does. So a good way to think about this is the header, and these are the defaults for the header. Well, some of the defaults. Okay, particularly the default value at the bottom is the default for the header. All right, man. See you later, Reverse Gutenberg. Hope you have a good day or good evening wherever you're at in the world. I can never remember people's time zones. And all we're going to do here is actually head into this thing. And we will do we will do b mag boots active is equal to b active. So we're taking in the argument and we're doing this. So again, if you think about this in terms of a macro, here, that's what that is. That's the parameter we're passing in, and all we're doing is that. Or the actual one, thanks UE5, we literally just did this. This is the bit we did. Now, what we're going to write for the player is a function that does this separately. This bit is the reason why we are creating the component class, though, today as well. So all we're doing is that. Let's make sure we have our terminator in there so that we don't get that funky error. Okay, so we get the type. We set the type. So let's just give ourselves some tooltips. Sets if mag boots are active or not, actives or not, and then this one returns activation or return activation as a boolean status of. I'm trying to think of generic ways to write this up when we're not working in a generic setting is a bit wonky, I know. Yes, I clicked my tongue at that one, I realize. Right. I hate when it does this. I do not need to see all my dependencies. Thank you. So now I actually need that reminder. What was it? Gravity, mag boots, site, and audio. Gravity. Why is gravity on that list? Okay, hang on. I'm legitimately confused why I've included gravity on my list of things. Is death. Actually should be is dead, but okay. We'll fix that up in a moment anyway. Am I just blind and not seeing gravity in here either? Okay. Okay. Vacuum. And I commented, and I don't care if I spelled it wrong. Okay. It is in the component. Cool. So let's go ahead and actually bring that back over onto this screen. And let's step on into here. Actually, let's do this. Okay, please work. Please work. Please don't do the bad thing I'm really nervous you're going to do if I do it this way. We want an actor component. And this is going to be public. And it's going to be the character, stats component base. Sorry, I suck at spelling, as everyone knows. Let's go ahead and create that class. And that one created pretty quickly, didn't it? There we go. There's that reload I was waiting for. Why did I get 2 emails from OneDrive today? Seriously? Now we're working? Okay. All right. Thank you for working finally. That makes me so happy. I'm really annoyed at this thing. we're gonna go over here and we're gonna steal this same header. Fortunately, we're using Pragma once, so we don't have to worry about the fact that we are now copying in the same code in here. Oh, hey, it automatically does blueprint spawnable now. That is really nice to see, because when I first started doing this, that wasn't a default setting. Like, you had to remember to do that. And the number of times I would sit there going, why can't I see this thing? I clearly wrote the code for it. In fact, I'm looking at the last time I had to do that in here. So yeah, that makes me really, really excited to actually see that in there. It's the little things where I don't have to worry about it. I suddenly get very happy. Alright, so you know what? Since I have this, I'm just gonna start doing that and do my normal setup. I'll deal with reorganizing those two methods later on. And I do like having these left aligned on this version. When I'm doing my own code, I actually indent it based on where I'm at in the code, so I know how deep into a block structure I am. But really, that can lead to code smells anyway, and you know, as the name implies, code smells stink. Cool. I don't give a crap. In fact, actually, let me just close out my email. Sorry, I need this back open on my screen. Where are we going to start with this? Well, the variables, of course. That would make the most sense to do, right? So we're going to have ones for health. Sorry, I'm just thinking about this for a moment. Do I want these to be private? Yeah, I do. All right, so private. And again, I'm just going to cheat and come over here. We're going to take this. And this will be our health. Which I'm actually not sure if we can do what I'm about to do. We're going to try. Let's just see if that errors out on me. But I think we should be able to create our structure that way. You know, I don't know if it'll let me do this, but we will do this. No, it goes inside this one. So we're going to try to create a constructor for this structure. And that would be current is equal to current in. We aren't going to use the fancy method of that, by the way, for this. If we were in our own code, we definitely would be. All right. Hopefully that works. Okay. You know what we're going to do really quickly is we're going to just test it. Make sure it does work. Also, I have lost the chat. Sorry, let me get back on screen. And to test, all we're going to do is hit our compile button. Okay. Oh, I have a typo. Okay. Well, that's a fairly easy fix. And that typo was in our common structs, and that should be an I. I'm not sure why I got the error 3 times. Oh, I know I got 3 times. Cool. All right. That's more than 3. Okay, there we go. That successfully worked. So we can actually... I've never put a constructor in an actual U-struct before. I've only ever done my constructors in, well, actual structs. I know it's an actual struct, but I wasn't sure if the U-struct specifier would go, or the generator body would go, no, you can't do this. All right, that makes life easier, being able to make sure that is defined correctly there. I'm not entirely sure, actually, if I want that private or not still. All right, so after that, let me just get this off my window, or off my tab thingamajigger, taskbar. Sorry, I am using that as a cheat sheet, as I said. We will want categories for that, potentially, though. So we're going to have oxygen level, which, again, will default out to 100. We're going to want oxygen consumption rate, which is just going to be a float. So oxygen consumption rate. And we will default this float out to, oh god, 0.83333 repeating. It doesn't really matter what those threes are at the end of the day. You know what? Hang on. I'm just going to space these things to have the structure setup I'm going to use, or the organization I'm going to use. Then we're going to do a bool. B is in vacuum. I really don't care if I spelled that wrong. What have I done here, and why have I done this? Oh, we're actually going to put that float there then. That is our oxygen consumption rate actual, would probably be a better name for it, but that's a little too verbose even for me. So we're going to do oxygen consumption base rate. And they will both have the same default value. We will actually default this to true, just for now. Oh, I'm definitely gonna want that exposed, actually, just as a FYI. I know I'm going to want that to be exposed, but we'll come back to that idea later on. Then we're gonna have another float here. It's called oxygen regen for regeneration rate. And we will just default this out to 0.01. Okay, that's our oxygen variables done. We then have our stamina variables, which are going to be fairly easy. We can just take this line, paste that down there, and name this stamina. Right. Secret mechanics coming into effect now. So I'm going to declare these in the order in which of importance to code, just so it makes more sense to me. Because we're going to have actually a subcategory within this one, and that is going to be our fear. So this will be fear. We're going to have a bool called B is in proximity, which definitely need to default out to false, by the way. Like this one we can change based on the environment. Unless you're spawning right next to the enemy, this is false. And in fact, even if you are spawning right next to the enemy will trigger that update for you. Yeah. Right, so under this, we're going to have a bunch of floats that represent the effect of a certain thing happening. What I'm confused by is why I don't seem to have defaults in here. Hey, can someone do me a huge favor? Because we actually did this in the last live stream. This is the part we were working on, and I was doing all the math work for this. I'm missing my my default settings. If anybody can go to my last live stream and tell me what the heck I had declared them as, that would be useful. I don't know if I have the Excel file still. I do, okay. I might have put the numbers in here as well. Oh, please tell me I put the numbers in here. I did not. I just have the logic for the math. The timer numbers. Oh. God. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they're all empties. This is please tell me I didn't do something stupid like set it somewhere by hand. It wouldn't be an update battery. Yeah, nope. Nope, not gonna be in there. Oh, did I get rid of it? Is that why they're all blank and we don't need this? That's heart rate, not fear. Yeah, no, we actually definitely need it. Well, wonderful. Alright, we're going to default it to 0 just for now. Just so I can get the variables in place. And yeah, Sam, if you could, that would be extremely useful because I spent hours pre-stream working out those numbers for the logic I wanted to implement. And without those numbers, I don't want to redo that math. If that's nice, that'd be nice. I'm sorry, that would be nice if you did that for me. Thank you. If it's not there, it's not there. Which is fine. But for now, we're going to do float, no oxygen. We will set it to 0 because I don't have a number. Large number. I know it's going to be a large number. I just put a terminator on a comment. Float, low oxygen. Medium number, I think. All right, proximity is a float, but that is a direct set. So we actually do not need a value here. Do want the F though. Instigate. I have no idea how I'm spelling that word today. And we're going to have a float called reduce amount, which is also going to be 0. And this is calc at runtime. So I'm just taking a note to know which ones I don't need. So Sam, it's the no oxygen and low oxygen settings that I'm missing. Also, your copy of the project might actually have those numbers in there still. Then we're going to have our change in fear. So that's going to be our delta fear amount, which again, we want to be 0 by default. And we calc at runtime as well. And then we're going to have our curve, which will take care of... We'll actually put our curve in right now. Sorry, I did not mean to do that. I went to click the other thing. Sorry, let me just see where the curve is located in here. Because we're going to hard load that curve in. Not what I wanted to do. Core player. It's in here. Okay, so it's core game content game core player, content game content core game player. That is our path. Sorry, because we're actually gonna hard load that file path in there. I can't. The problem is, like, it can skyrocket things and cause issues, but you know, we can go skyrockety. We'll do 7 and 3 for now, just cause, yeah. Points. I think it was a point. I can't remember if it was a point or a whole number, cause I'm now blanking on how my math was set up for that. Whoops. Hey, we always have some issue during one of the live streams. Usually it's OBS not working. Today, it's apparently my values getting deleted out of my test file. Right. So now that we have that, there was something I was gonna do. Oh, I want to load in the curves, don't I? So, for the curve, we're gonna need to include. Sorry, I'm just looking up the F curve header. That is not what I'm looking for, Google. That is called a blueprint. I want to know the actual include path for said thing. That's also blueprint. Please show me the... This is the problem. I don't remember the name of the thing, so I can't actually search it. Cause it's not U curve, I don't think, is it? It's not a U object. Is it I curve? No, it's not an interface. Is it O curve? It's an object curve, not an Unreal curve. Right? Right? I really don't remember, people. This is why we use APIs. Nope. Nope. U curve. It's U curve float. So, that's the name of it. Let's actually just do this here so you can see me trying to hunt this thing down. UE4 API U curve float. Okay. Please have the header in here. There it is. This is the header we want to include. So we're just going to grab that. Right. So hopefully that should just work. And then what we do is a pointer to a U curve float. And this will be called our fear curve, I guess. Let me just look up the name I used in the actual thing. Yeah, fear curve is what I called it. Okay. We will set its value and begin play. Alright, that takes care of that one. Let's move on to our next set, which is a character heart rate. And for that, what we're going to do is take the stamina bit here, paste that down here. This will become heart rate. And I know my values aren't 100 and 100 here. Our base will be 100, but our max will be 280. By the way, just to note, this actually will default out to 60 on start because the way we calculate it out. And we picked the range of 60 to 280 based on the Apollo astronauts' heart rates while they were on the moon. Or in space in general. We're going to take this and we're going to use this curve for our heart rate. And we're going to call this the heart rate curve. So remember, all a curve is, just to show you, is, again, technically I should be doing this using algebraic math. It's more performant. But all a curve is saying, all right, between, in this case, these two values. So between a value of 0 and our max value, which is represented by 1, what is our setting going to be? Actually, we have 3 floats in there. And that's why I can do something like that. Like I want, you know, I actually might want a third point in here at some point. But what I want to do is start a slow growth, and once you get to a certain fear level, it then very easily picks up, which means in the reverse is true. It's longer for the fear to dissipate. But what a curve allows us to do is set a value based on a range, and allows us to have it work on, well, different algebraic or geometric functions. So they aren't performant doing it this way. They're more performant if you actually write out the code yourself. You can see an example here. This is a fairly linear point, but you notice the start of it and end of it, it has a bit of a spike, or a spike down, and then it smooths out. So it allows for the number that we see, the rate of change, to be dynamic and not linear and not predictable. I mean, it's predictable still, but not as obviously predictable. Right. Right. That is all for that one. So we're on to our battery section. And again, we're just going to steal this. Actually, we're going to steal this one so I don't have to change 3 things. Or 2 things. This will be flash, light, battery. We're going to need a boolean. This will be B is flash light active. Sorry, I was just checking my Pascal casing. This will default out to false. And yeah, that will be fine for this. Cool. I'm just trying to decide, do I want to do my inlines first, or do I want to do... Do I do my inline first? My constructor stroke begin play? Do I want to start declaring my functions themselves? Do I want to actually start doing property specifiers? You know what? Since we're at this stage, do you need consumption value and stuff like that? So consumption value is... So this is the base amount that we consume when we're doing nothing. This is the dynamic amount we do based on what our heart rate is, our fear level, how much activity we're engaging in the game. So, Sam, that's why that's set up that way, if that makes sense. And I think that's what you're asking about. I could be mistaken. Let me know if I've misunderstood what you've said. Also, my chair is still broken, so I'm still sliding further and further down as the stream continues. Right. Okay, so first, regardless, we're going to have U properties for all of these. So let's just do the U properties so I can get it out of the way. And let's do the categories. So category equals... sorry, I'm just looking at my actual category names from the prep file. This is health, and that is a great one to use, because then we can just come down here and do oxygen. And let's just copy that one multiple times into here. Also, I need to remember to do things like that. Okay. This is stamina. And this is fear. Remember, each variable will need its own U property. Alright, I think this is where we have our first subcategory, and we call this effects. Oh. Yeah, this is part of the effects system, so we're going to put that in there as well. Let's just grab one without a subcategory. Heart rate. Now, you actually could put spaces in these, because it's really just an F text, I believe. Or a string, but meh. Force of habits, die hard. And I'd rather be consistent and not cock something up. Oh, hey, the reason we're making this is actually missing. I am glad I scrolled through this to very quickly look at something. You know, I'm actually going to tuck this under oxygen. And it's going to be a bool value called b mag boots active. And that should be false. Let's go back to the character. I think I said it as false in the character by default too. I did. So we have a copy of it in the pawn, because the reason why we have a copy of this one is I don't want to call get owner every single time I need this, which is going to be very often. We're actually going to put this in a new category called master. And in addition to that, inside of master, we're going to have another boolean. So let's just actually call that master as well. And this boolean will be b is dead, not death. And definitely want this one defaulted to false. Thank you, IntelliSense, for letting me know I'm doing things correctly, because you're arguing with me. Right, we need an enum, and I'm trying to decide if I actually want to create it in here or create the enum in a standalone file. I don't think I call it up anywhere else, but hang on. What we're going to do is we're going to look at that enum. Let's just right click it, go to our reference viewer, and we're going to do no, we call it in 2 spots. Okay. Where in character do we call the movement component? Oh, cool, right there. Find reference. Oh, we use it a fair bit. Okay, so we're going to create it in its own class that we can call from. That will make life easier. No, I mean the data you want. I'm looking at the project in the video. Oh, it is no, not that. I have those numbers. It is the no oxygen number and the low oxygen number I'm looking for. Sorry about the misunderstanding there, Sam. Right, you know what? I want to do some of the constructors just so I can start tinkering, make sure this actually is set up correctly. So to do that, what we're going to do is load in our curves first, I think. I think, being the operative word. Actually, we're going to do some other things first in the constructor. I lied. So, for now, we will let it tick. I actually haven't decided if we are going to tick or if we're going to not tick on this. We're in the component. We definitely need tick on, actually. I don't think we actually use the tick, but we definitely need tick because we need the timers to work correctly. Oh, no, I lied to you. I'm thinking of character. We do need this to tick. When I said we have other things to do before we set our curves, that was actually in reference to character. We have things to do there. So what we're going to do is find, which is to cast hard reference, and said reference is needed here to curves. Now, we already technically have that hard reference to curves. We've made it right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to do f string asset reference. I literally wrote a similar function for this today. And this will be curve fear file path. And that is in game core. Game core, not game content. Game core. I already forgot what I had said earlier. Game core player. And let me just F2 the name of this. It's called fear reduction, really. That's why I called it fear reduction. Okay. Whatever. And I don't believe I need the uAsset specifier at the end of that, but I could be wrong. All right, so we're getting the actual file path here. Now, I need to remember what the include is for that. So, oh. No, or I would helpful if I spelled it right, I guess. Cool. We don't need a helper for that. So then we're going to do a pointer to a U object. And this is the part that threw me, was the fact that we have to use a U object for this, but it's because of how things are returned. And we're going to do the file. Sorry, we're not going to do the file path. We're going to do the variable. No, we're creating a U object here. Sorry. This should be curve fear ref. And we'll do this by taking our file path here, trying to load it. And then we'll do a curve fear. Oh, god dang it. I have too many things with similar names right now. Fear curve. That was probably the reason why I did that subconsciously. Reverse the name, that is. And we cast to uCurve float, and we pass in this reference. Right, and then we repeat all of this for our heart rate. So I'm just gonna pop open the file again, F2 the name really quickly. Sorry, I would say F2 the name. I'm just renaming so I can CMP it. This will be curve heart rate ref. We're gonna pass that in there, and then we're just gonna come back here, grab our heart rate curve, and make sure that we're storing that information in the correct location. Right. Anything else that I need to set at runtime or at construction? See you later, Adrian. Have a good day, man. I don't think there's anything else we need to set at runtime. No, I'm not. Sorry, not set at runtime. Set it at construction. Oh, I'm gonna have to do that today, aren't I? I hate life. Wait, do these even get construction scripts? No, components don't get construction scripts. That's why there is no construction script at the top. Okay. We just have our constructor. Oh, we do get construction scripts. I'm an idiot. What am I thinking about? We don't get the post-construction script, I think. Not that I use those often. I think I use that wholly in replicated stuff nowadays. So, we're going to create a new method. Sorry, I'm just thinking about this. Alright, and this will be in the public scope for now. And we'll have one called init component. I'm going to take in one argument. And that is this the player? Alright, let's see how fast IntelliSense does it this time. If it takes ages again, I am literally going to be doing them. I'm doing them by hand from this point forward. Someone asked me ages and ages ago, why don't you use the refactoring tool? And this is the reason why. If it takes more than 10 seconds, I can copy and paste and put my namescope in, or namespace, my scope in. You all know what I meant when I said namescope. Mixing namespace and scope together. I can do that in less than 10 seconds. Like, highlight a line, Copy and paste. And by the way, to highlight a line, that entire line is now highlighted. Yeah. Feel free to mock me for that error. If you can't see the error, I get to mock you as well. Yes, Sam, that one, please. If you're new to coding and you don't see the error, that's fine. I just did something really, really stupid. Which is why they both have errored out. I haven't given a return type. And this is going to be virtual void, because I might override it in the child. So, there we go. If you demand that I actually put the virtual in, I'm going to be very confused. You normally yell at me with that. So, for now, what we're going to do, we're not going to worry about the NPC one so much. We're just going to do if B is player. Now, remember, if you're not seeing anything there, all I'm doing going, is this true? If this is true, then do this. If not, then do whatever is below here. We're not going to have it below there for now. Actually, I don't think we're going to do anything else in this one right now. Because I want to set up everything else first, and I don't know what stuff's going to look like. So, yeah. There we go. That method is done. It's done for now. Right. So, we are going to do virtual void oxygen timer, which will take no arguments. We will do virtual... No, I am not overriding these. Because I don't plan to. So these are just going to be voids. I might override this one, so I'm going to leave that as virtual for now. Oxygen. Regen. Which again will take no arguments. Then we have void oxygen deplete, which will take no arguments. Because we're going to have a polymorphic function, by the way, for anyone going, how don't you take an argument of your float in at this point? Well, the reason why we're not taking a float in is we are going to do, actually, well, before we get to that, we're going to do something else first. We're going to do void set oxygen consumption rate, which will take no arguments. And then we're going to have our lovely float-based one with our parameter of, well, return of nothing, of set oxygen. And this one will take in a float that we'll call delta, so change in oxygen. Actually, we're going to make this a type bool. This is going to return something. Now, I could leave this as void and use this little nifty approach of comma bool reference B has oxygen. And wherever we pass it in as this reference, we'll get set. Now, do I actually have a boolean up here for that? No, I don't. And I particularly don't feel like I need one. So, what we are going to do instead is return a bool that is the same idea. Now, the only downside to this is when I make this blueprintable. Actually, no. I take back what I was about to say. There is no downside to that. Now, before I start actually defining these, let's talk about our specifiers again. So we need a U... Okay. Oh, sorry. We need a U function specifier. So these are events, and I don't remember what the U function specifier for an event is suddenly. U function, actually, two of those are events. Sorry, all but two of those are events. The other two are functions. Again, there really is no difference between function or an event outside of how you call it up in Unreal. Blueprint implementable event. Thank you. All right, so I need blueprint callable and blueprint executable or implementable event. So I'm just gonna pop back into that. Grab that. There we go. Right. And now we just copy the oxygen bit here. Cool. That just makes it easier for us to work with inside the... yeah. We're gonna just pretend I didn't do that. No one saw that. There we go. All right. So, actually, are you an event? Yes, you are. I don't mean to scroll up, and I'm doing it anyway to double check. You are an event. You're an event. You're an event. You are not an event. You are just blueprint callable. Am I getting one of those fun errors? Where it doesn't think there's a thing there? Okay. There we go. Now we can start defining these. In fact, you know what? Boink. Boink. Oh. Boink. Boink. Actually, I would like those parts, please. Thank you. Boink. 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 Okay. I forget to do that sometimes. Cool. Right. I'm actually going to head back over here, and we are going to create some inlines really quickly as well. So, force inline, bool, get is in vacuum. Sorry, I just realized I wanted this. Excuse me. Actually, that really should be part of that group up there. It's const. And all we're doing is return that bit. Okay. Preferably with the correct terminator. There you go. That's fairly simple. We're going to get this now. And what we want to do is if, and then if that's true, we are going to run oxygen. Just to make this more clear, we're going to use block casing here, or block style here. Oxygen deplete. Else, we're going to use oxygen regen. Okay. That is that method actually done. I'm not joking. That's all that one's doing. That's the master function for the timer that we're using. It's going to be called up on the init as a timer for this, so that this is running either of these. We don't want to check later on. We just want to go one or the other. All right, so for oxygen regen, since we have that first, what we're going to do is... for now, we are going to do the set oxygen. We are going to use our oxygen consumption rate. I know IntelliSense can pick this up. I'm just really paranoid, okay? I know that's not going to work quite how I want it to work. And then there will be another... I'm not going to save whatever I just done there. There'll be another function here. So to do update widget. Right. Oxygen deplete. We're going to have the same to do update widget at the end. All right. So for oxygen deplete, what we're going to do is we're going to run set oxygen consumption rate. We are then going to set oxygen, and that's going to be oxygen Alright, I need to share the mistake I made. I have them reversed, which I paused here. I'm like, really? I've used consumption right here for some reason? That's what I said for now. It's regenerate we want there. So I was also wondering why it took so long for my oxygen to be consumed in the blueprint version. We definitely want the oxygen consumption rate down here times -1 because we're going to make a polymorphic function. Again, you normally wouldn't be doing it in this order, but because I've already coded this out, I know what it looks like. Set oxygen has a return, doesn't it? I don't want to do it this way, but I'm going to. We're just going to create a new variable for it. And we're going to store if they have oxygen this way. And this is a reference. Okay. And then we're going to do if B has oxygen. That's why we have the return there, by the way. Actually, it's if not has oxygen we care about. And then we're going to do a, well, to do set health. We're going to damage the character's health if they don't have oxygen. Okay. So again, all we're doing is we're reducing our oxygen level by taking the consumption rate, multiplying it by 1, and we're storing if they have oxygen at the end. If they don't have oxygen, we'll start doing damage to the player. And then either way, we're going to update the widget to reflect their oxygen level, both in terms of consumption rate and in terms of what's actually in their storage tanks. Right, so funny part is I actually did make this one an event in the prototype. So for this isn't a pure event because we're actually setting something here. So we're gonna go to set. We're gonna get oxygen consumption rate, and we are gonna set that equal to. All right, I'm gonna do this on 3 lines, and I'm gonna put it back onto the correct amount. So really quickly, we're just gonna do this to make my life a little bit easier. All right, so we're going to take the final bit is going to be the oxygen base consumption rate. Sorry, I'm going to bracket everything. Plus, fear.current divided by fear.max. We get a proportion, and then we're going to weight that proportion by 50%. And then this one, we don't need a plus sign for it, but we're going to list line it up so it's there correctly. We're going to do stamina.current divided by stamina dot max. We are going to take one away from, we're going to take away from 1 that amount. Let me just now add that in. I know I technically don't need those cases because, you know, PEMDOS or BODMAS, whichever one you prefer, it's going to do this bit first, then this bit. But still, I'd rather be safe than sorry. It's safe. I'd rather be safe than sorry, yeah. We're also going to make this weighted at 50%. Okay. So that should be everything right there, actually. We're not going to do that. Thank you. You can do that in a moment once I get these all on into one line again. Okay. Now, I don't need them to be on one line. But hey, it would make my life a lot easier if they were. Okay. There we go. Literally all that function's doing. Okay. So, set oxygen. Why are you giving me an error? Oh. Forgot to change that over to void. So, for set oxygen, this one is fairly simple. We are going to take oxygen. Oxygen dot... What did I name you then? Oxygen level. We're just going to call you oxygen now, okay? Sorry, I just saw that typo. Oxygen.current is equal to... And the order of this one matters because this is polymorphic. If this was not polymorphic, the order would only matter in the case where we're doing the lowering oxygen. But in this case, because it's polymorphic, we're doing both lowering and raising of oxygen levels. We have to work on the harder of the two, which is the lowering of the levels. That's why we have this times -1 bit here. So that we have a negative value. So we're not just subtracting like we could. We're going to do addition only. So we're going to add in a negative number, which becomes subtraction. So what we're going to do that is we're going to take the current level as it is. So we're going to take, you know what? Minus equals. That's a faster way to do that. And it's minus equal delta oxygen. Okay. That part's fairly simple. I can't remember if it's F-clamp or clamp, actually. And I can't remember how that's wrapped. So, just really quickly, UE4, clamp API, C++, because I do not want to, it's F-clamp, or F-math clamp, cool. We will include that in our header. Also, we're going to make sure that anything we have that is engine base is at the top, minus this bit, of course, and anything that is us base, user base, will be defined lower down. Why are you still giving? Okay, you're a false error. Right. Also did not fully answer my question because I didn't read the thing fully. Lovely. Can I please see an example use of it really quickly? That would make me ever so happy. You're gonna be the same page, aren't you? You're the same exact page. Hey, Game Dev TV. By the way, if you don't know Game Dev TV, go ahead and check them out. Actually, I am enrolled in that course, just not on this thing. Wait, am I? What course is this? Yeah, I am. Wow, that's the old version of it, though. Whew, that was probably when Ben was still around. Right, I've used clamp before. We'll work this out the fun way. We'll just use IntelliSense to tell us. So we want fmath clamp. And oh yeah, no, this is really simple. I'm an idiot. So it's X and then it's 0. Sorry. We'll come back to the X in a moment. Oxygen.max. And then we're going to take... Yeah, we're going to take this bit. We're going to copy it. We're going to bracket it in here. There we go. And then we're going to delete this bit. So what we're doing here is we're saying we want to set the current oxygen level. We run this equation, which takes the current level and subtracts from it delta, which adds to it delta oxygen, because we're doing polymorphism here. That will make it a negative when we need it to. And we go, all right, is this value greater than 0? If it's not greater than 0, let's say this is negative 900 for some reason, don't go to negative 800. 100 minus 900, 800. Go to 0 instead. If we're adding oxygen in and we hit 100, it goes, yeah, nope, don't do that. Pass out 100 instead. But if it's somewhere between these two numbers, we pass out this value. It's all we're doing. We're returning. It's a trinary operator. It's the same as going current. If I do it this way, literally, it's the same idea. We take this bit here, and we go. Actually, it's more than a trinary operator. I lied. But it'd be like doing this. Less than 0, comma 0. No, sorry, less than 0. You know what? It'd just be that, actually. It'd be a really bad way to do it. The other way to do it, you can do it as a branch as well, where you take that, and then you do, if oxygen dot current is less than 0, oxygen dot current becomes 0, else if oxygen, sorry, that's not what I meant to do, is greater than oxygen dot max, oxygen dot current, again, assume that was typed correctly, dot max. This line here, this one line is doing this bit. So we're just going to reduce it down to one line just to make it a bit more streamlined. Hey Sam, how are you doing, man? Long time no see. Sorry, I was not looking at the chat while I was doing that. Are you going to keep up the O2 consumption rate static, or will it vary dependent on external factors? Yes, it's going to depend on external factors. So your heart rate, your fear level, and the actual level of exertion you're putting the character through at the time will affect how much oxygen you are consuming. Could you program an idea of post-exercise oxygen consumption? Yes, that's already in there. As sprints in real life mainly increase oxygen use after the run. So in terms of realism, we're sacrificing a little bit there, Sam. By the way, other Sam, this is original Sam. Original flavor Sam, as I call him. Because we're sacrificing realism for player immersion, what we're doing is we're going to use a curve that will decrease, or not, because we're not actually curving it yet. Well, we will replace it with a curve down the road. We're going to not have as much of a heart rate increase afterwards. We're going to have that happen while the character is moving, just because that's standard in game design right now. So, yeah. But yeah, that's something that I plan to have in there in terms of it. It does vary based on what the player is doing. So we're clamping this, right? What we do need to check at this point now is, do they have oxygen? Do they have oxygen? Yeah, that's kind of important. So what we're going to do for that is an if statement. We're going to do if oxygen.current is equal to, it's a float. Do not do that. Is it less than or equal to 0? If it is, oh, hang on. I just want to make sure I set this to true. Thank God I set that to true. We are going to set this to false. Right. Declaration incompatible. It'd be helpful if I actually included the type there. Also, yeah. Okay. And then just to be on the safe side, because you can actually go from a situation where you have no oxygen and get oxygen back, we're going to set this to true. You know what? Actually, there's a faster way to do that. Let's do this properly. What we're going to do is we're going to set B has oxygen to this. There we go. So what we're saying here is if this is true... Wait, hang on. We're actually going to change that. We're going to undo what I just did, which okay. Can we go back to like whatever we were at earlier? I think it was 150. 200. That's what we're at. Okay. So we have to change that now. So if our oxygen is above 0, if the current level is above 0, then we have oxygen. If it isn't, then we don't, and this is false. And that is a simpler way to do that one line. Let's make sure we have a terminator in there, however. How are you doing, by the way, Sam? I'm the original rubber duck. The original flavor, Sam. Not the original rubber duck, the original flavor. Oh, did you hear the news? Paulina's engaged. Sorry, Sam, for people who don't know, is a friend of mine from back during my PhD days. Yeah, we don't talk about that institution, right? So that is our oxygen setup. Now, of course, I do still need to do probably the rest of the function specifiers for it. Right, I like having my comments returns if the player, or character in this case, is in vacuum. Okay. Function that runs on timer and sets oxygen related events. Restores oxygen. Probably can actually remove this and make the oxygen deplete polymorphic. Reduces oxygen. Sets consumption rate of oxygen. I mean, I realize these are really simple tooltips, but the reason I'm doing this is it actually makes it easier for me to read this block of text, because I can see the green and go, skip 2 lines, get the name of the thing. See the green, skip 2 lines, get the name of the thing. And then this will be change current setting for oxygen level. Now, I said current for a very particular reason, and that is the interior value that we are actually changing of that structure. We're changing that current value. Right. That is... Why did I do my oxygen functions first? I really should probably do my health functions first, to be completely honest. So we're going to actually go back and just do them up here, because I like having them organized in a clear and sensible way. Oh, this is actually... hang on, I need to grab one more specifier before we do that, though. Woo, I'm long-suffering, whereas he is suffering. Depends on your point of view. Livebert Sensor Love. I can't actually now use my nickname for her because it would give too much away. Like, I would be doxing her. Tell Livebert I say hi and ask her how she's doing. But yeah, no, she's getting married actually on the anniversary of my brother's wedding. So I'm going to be going down to Monterey for that wedding. I've actually never, despite having spent a fair amount of time in South America, I've never actually been to Mexico. No, consumption rate refers to the person. It's how much they're consuming from it. Oxygen consumption base rate is how much the tank is releasing. So if you look at the math for it, we have this here. That's the tank releasing it, how much the tank is giving out. And then everything else is how much the player. So stamina and fear. The reason why we don't have heart rate based in this is that would actually be triple dipping, because stamina affects heart rate. Heart rate is affected by fear. Right, I need to find a U specifier, so give me one moment. Blueprint here. That's the one I wanted, because this is Thanks. This is a blueprint pure. We're gonna grab this actually, and we're gonna paste that there for a moment, and we're gonna grab this one as well. Cool. We're gonna change these to health and health. All right, this is gonna be a force inline. We're gonna actually have 2 of these. Sorry, I just thinking about something. So force inline, get current health. We're gonna return. We're gonna take no arguments. We're a const, and we're just gonna return. It'd also be helpful if I actually had this in here. A health dot current. Boom. Boom. All right. This one is going to be a force inline, and it's going to be F current max float get health. And it takes no arguments, and all we're return is health. Hopefully with the correct terminator. There we go. And then this one will be a no, I don't have that, and I am not sure if I'm going to include that. It might be too complicated for players to wrap their heads around in terms of managing the system. We're gonna do I have a return is what I was checking for this one. No, but technically I'm doing what I did earlier. Do I want to pass in a reference? No, we're in the class. No. I'm not going to worry about that, actually. We're not going to do that. Right, okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking about something. This is void set health. We're going to take in one argument of type float called delta health. All right. Let's go ahead and define this one because the other ones are done. Also, let me just put my comments in. Returns current health. And returns health struct current and max. Sets health level. I'm actually gonna put that in so I remember that and I'm going to also add sets current health level to be very clear that I'm only affecting the current element within that thing. Have you been reading what Conger... I know you're on the server, so have you been reading what Conger is doing? Realism will make you want to cry at the end of the day in programming. Also, you have to think about player experience as well, sadly. I mean, I'm willing to try it, but I haven't set it up for that, and I'm just copying over what I've currently done. All right, so this function is going to be very similar to what we did down here. In fact, we can actually take all of this, and we're going to change every part of it, but we're going to paste it here anyway. So we're going to change this. I grabbed the wrong one. We can take all of this. Actually, we can take all of this, both lines, and we can change all of it. But it's just gonna be slightly easier on my brain. So oxygen becomes health. We clamp it between that, and we change this to delta health, and that becomes that. That becomes that, and then we find the Boolean variable that we created for this. Also, seriously, I put those down there. Masters go at the top. That's the entire point of them. They're the master elements that I need to care about at all times. I mean, I care about all of these at all times in this case, but these are the ones that override everything else. Like, you're dead, none of this matters. Your mag boots are doing something, then you use this set of code. They're not doing something, then use that set of code. So that should be at the top. You don't need it at the top for coding. It just makes life easier. So we're going to change is dead And this time we actually do need it to be less than or equal to 0. We're saying, are we dead? If our health is less than or equal to 0, we are dead. Okay, so shouldn't your variable be set current health? So, in theory, yes. But because I know I'm going to be calling this more often than I would be for changing max health. Okay, so yes, no, maybe is the correct answer to your question. It depends on, 1, your naming style and conventions. There is no correct answer. 2, it depends on clarity. 3, it depends on, and this relates to clarity and the other one, on the naming style, how often you're using that particular function. At least that's the approach I take. I know every coder has their point of view on this. My point of view on this is that I'm going to be more often changing the current health. I want to save myself time typing down the road. Very rarely will I be changing the max health, if at all. Because I'm going to very rarely change the max health, if I have a function for it, that will be the one with a special name of set max health. But yes, in theory, it should be set health, which will be doing both, set current health, which is just doing the current element, and set max health, which is just setting the max element. But I don't ever see changing both at once. I don't see changing max all that. I actually don't see changing max at all for this. So that's why I've done it this way. And if I'm wrong down the road, I can just rename it. And there is this lovely, lovely little tool called Rename. And it finds all the versions of it in the solution or in the scope that you give it. All right, actually, I need an if statement here. So we're going to do is dead. And in this case, because we only ever set this once, I don't need to worry about what I was showing you guys earlier. But we're going to have a UI update here. And else. Actually, hang on, let me do this properly. To do other UI update. In this case, it is a different one, unlike oh, I guess I didn't have that there. You know, I actually don't need the, yeah, I do, because we don't want that to override that one. This thing later on if you want to use injuries. Or alien weapon power-ups at temp increase decrease, a la aid spell from D&D. I mean that's something I can easily add in down the road. I don't need to do that right now. It's a fairly simple method. Honestly, this would have been done like 20 minutes ago, like 2 hours. How long have I been streaming? This would have been done about 2 hours ago if I had not been streaming, because I'm explaining as I'm going, and I'm double checking stuff a lot more than I normally would when we can get stuff wrong in private and don't have to worry about, oh god, I've gotten it wrong. What have I done to myself? Why have I done it, man? Yeah. Sorry, I'm just thinking. Alright, it's actually gonna be easier for me to take these for the stamina. Okay, so, well, stamina, clearly, but sta-o-ana. No idea what I typed there. So we're gonna do set stamina. I got really confused by that typo. Which of course will be delta stamina. Then we're going to do stamina. Get stamina. Sorry, I'm just literally looking at everywhere I have the wrong thing. By the way, if you're thinking about that because I have the get current here and the get stamina here, there is more often of a chance of me calling this, or as often of a chance of me calling this as there is for me calling this. All right, let's just take this on to the other window. And we're just going to grab... Sorry, I thought I hit function B, or function B, control B. Oh, I know you're not questioning me to say controlling, dude. I know you. I've known you for how many years now? Nearly, well, 8 years. I've known you for 8 years. Because well, it's soon to be 9 years. 9 years in September, dude. It'll be 9 years in September. Or August. No, October. 9 years in October. Sorry. I forgot the class started in October. I have been in this country 8 years in October. What year is it? Yeah, 8 years in October. Sorry. It'll be 9 years for me in this country since it's October. Or since it's September, actually, but... yeah, too long. For you, you're right. You need to pick your friends better, Sam. I don't know why I just didn't copy all of this. Alright. Okay. Oh, hang on. There we go. Yeah, no, that literally is that one done. There is nothing special for this one. However, I'm an idiot. Cool. Yeah, you're gonna be down there. There's a lot more to this one. A lot more. And it would have been smarter for me to actually copy this section. So, yeah, let's start doing that, I guess. We're going to just follow the same setup we did up here. In fact, we'll just grab all 3 of these. Okay, and let's just move that, move that, move that. We'll call this stamina timer, stamina regen, and stamina deplete. I really need to remember I can do a line like that and change things, but with the comments in the way, it doesn't work. Stamina, stamina, stamina. Right. Let's grab these. Paste those there. Okay, we can get rid of that extra spacing now. Boink. 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 And boink. Grab our name scope. Also, I need to remember to use control when I do that. Okay. And there we go. So with that in place, what we're gonna do for our stamina timer is go back here again and create another inline. And this is going to be check has stamina. So this is going to return a type of bool. It is check has stamina. It will take no arguments. What we're going to do here is we're going to return stamina dot current is greater than 0.0f. If so, then really, you're not gonna force that in when I want you. Why do you not actually, use IntelliSense when I want you to, or use formatting when I want you to, and always force it when I don't? I remember you teaching someone neuroanatomy to med students and them being terrified of you. Yes, I love how terrified those students were of me. I mean, it was real. Okay, so I don't know if I've ever told you the story, Sam, but one year they needed someone to cover an emergency lecture for the neuroanatomy dissection course for the graduate students who had already had their medical degrees and were going into research, and they just needed a refresher. So being a PhD student, read hard up for cash. I went, yes, even though I'm sick, I'll do it. I didn't realize how sick I was. I was running, this was before COVID times, people. I was running a fever, like a really high fever. I knew I was sick, but I didn't realize I was that sick. I thought I just had food poisoning. No, I had a fever. Sorry, I took it at the time. Like I think in Fahrenheit, so I had a fever of 102 degrees. If anyone wants to convert 102 Fahrenheit to Celsius, go for it. And I gave a 3-hour lecture to medical professionals, not students, medical professionals, on spinosis processes coming off the cortex. Sorry, actually, I gave a 3-hour lecture on the brain and the spine with about 45 minutes on that topic. That was like the last 45 minutes. And I asked at one point, how can we tell where on the spine we are based on, where what we're feeling on the spinosis processes on the cortex? And no one answered the question. I asked again. No one answered the question. I went, come on, this is really simple year 1 medical school stuff. What's the answer to this question? And then I repeated the question, and I got to the end of the question. I went, have I been saying spinosis processes coming off the cortex? And all the students go, yes. I'm like, okay. Are there spinosis processes off the cortex? And they all go, no. I'm like, why have none of you called me out on me getting this wrong? I meant on the spinal column. Clearly, there are no bones coming out of the brain. And you guys need to be confident enough to correct somebody when they're wrong. One, not only are you medical professionals fully qualified. I really kind of wish some GPs were that timid like they were. You should be confident enough to question me or to go, hey, this doesn't sound right. One of them goes, well, we thought that was something new. I'm like, you're a medical professional. If we suddenly found bones growing out of the brains of every single human being, you would already know. Would there be a way to have stamina depleting in more than one way? So reflecting ATP-CP pathways, intense depletion, and one reflecting... Yes, there would be, in theory. I'm trying to think... There... Okay, so not in theory. Yes, there is. The question then becomes, how do you want to implement that? So, you've seen me do one method. You've seen me do this right here. Sorry, that's actually going to be the method we're using for where is the stamina. Give me 1 second, because I just saw that typo that made me very confused. Delta stamina. So we have this one approach here, where we take this delta stamina and we add it into the current stamina level. That way you could have it intense activity quickly depletes, as well as decreasing the max stamina temporarily, so max stamina would take time to recover, the last 10% or so. So if you want to do something like that, it's actually easier to use a curve. Much, much easier to think about that in terms of linear algebra, and to write it as a linear algebraic equation, or to just make a curve graph. Now, if you want to talk about, changing how much it's moving on that curve graph, you have two ways to do it. You can create two functions doing this bit, right? And you don't need to change the stam max at that point. Or you can add in a second argument here. So float delta stam part 2. And, you just include plus delta stam part 2 down there. That's the other way of doing it. But you can use your curve to control the recovery amount. Why are you giving me an error? Have I not saved this window? I've not saved this one. Okay. Have we done this? Stamina current is greater than 0. Yep, that is accurate to what I want. So on stamina timer. Sorry, I've just lost the chat window. Give me 1 second, ladies and gents. Okay, I have not missed anything, thank God. Okay, so what we're going to do here is an if statement. So if, and this is going to be a 2-part if statement, and that's why I groaned earlier was I was looking at the other if statement. Why are you giving me an error? Seriously, I know I just checked this, but... Okay, thank you. So the first part is check has stamina. So we want this to be true. And we're going to do get owner. And we want to get velocity. Wait, is get owner not a pointer? Oh, wait, it's a function call. Get owner, get velocity. And then we want to do from the velocity. Is nearly 0. Okay. So then we want to inverse this entire argument. So what we're saying here is get the thing that owns me, because this is a component. We're attaching it to an actor. So get the actor that I'm attached to. Get that actor's velocity. Is it nearly 0? We actually want the reverse of that. We want to know, is it not 0? And 0.00, okay. Yep, that is the exact amount for tolerance I want, or K-epsilon. So yeah, if you ever hear me say tolerance and you're a C++ programmer, that is K-epsilon I'm talking about. So if we have stamina and we are moving, we are then going to do our stamina. Yeah, it's the wrong thing. Stamina deplete. I don't know why that made me giggle like I was going crazy. Else, we are going to run our stamina regen. But with a curve, you wouldn't reduce the max. I mean, you can set a curve for the max amount, but the thing with a curve is, let me just grab a curve again. So, we have heart rate here, right? It's less easy to see in that one. So I could set it so that it takes longer, or takes faster to reduce something, or takes, way longer to reduce something, just by changing parts of the curve, so that, you know, I can reduce an amount or set an amount so that it doesn't get back to where it was earlier as quickly. So I don't need to change this max amount in order to achieve the effect as if I had changed the max amount. Sometimes in coding, you're going to do a little chicanery to achieve the same effect. I could change the max amount. In fact, if I were to prototype it, I would change the max amount. And then eventually I probably would switch over to changing the take a curve up and changing the amount in the curve. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure I didn't create a variable called... I didn't. We have a third inline. In fact, actually, we're going to cheat because it's this inline, but for oxygen. All right. And this is... Oh, hey. That is not accurate. Returns if stamina... If current stamina is greater than 0. And we're going to copy that because that's what we're doing here too, but did I highlight? Yeah, I highlighted the line instead of the text. And that's going to be current oxygen, and that's going to be check has oxygen. And again, all we're doing is this. Now, because I'm following my pseudocode, i.e. my blueprints, I just want to make sure that it's okay. That is the correct direction. It isn't returning the other way around. So in this one, we're going to have an if statement as well. And that is, just trying to think of a way to do this that doesn't make me want to cry. If current is less than max, and did I actually rename this thing? Check has oxygen. If both of those are true, then we will regain stamina. Because if we're already at max, we don't want to run this. We have nothing to add to it. And if we don't have oxygen, well, we can't regain stamina. Maybe adrenaline bursts, but stamina, no. At some point, I want to make a more complex version of this to reflect physiology better. I mean, we can talk about doing that once we get the actual full cross-section prototype running. It wouldn't be that hard to do, to be fair. It might not be playable, is a different matter. There's a video game that you should try. Give me a second. This is going to be the weirdest description I've ever typed into Google, and I've done it recently. Video game where you... I don't want to know about Stray. Thank you. I do want to play Stray at some point. Play a... hang on. Because it's going to be too complex if I do it the actual way. Control every limb and muscle. Okay. After Death. I don't know Tori Bash, so I can't recommend that one. Is it Life After Death? Is that the game? No, that is not. That just looks like a cheap PT knockoff. A very cheap PT knockoff. Okay. I don't know who you people are, and I don't care to know, honestly. This is not what I'm looking for. Yeah, these... I'm pretty sure it's not Tori Bash. No, it is not Tori Bash. So I don't know how realistic that is. I know QWOP isn't realistic, so I've actually played that before. That actually sounds accurate, but that's not the game either. It's not We Happy Few. Game where you die and then come back and have to control all limbs. It might be Inside. Nope, it's not Inside. I played Inside. Oh my god, how did I think it was Inside? Okay, I will find this game later at some point for you, Sam. But what it is... It's like Octodad is based on that Jurassic Park knockoff game, where the woman's breast was the health meter, and her arms were the first IK arms, which, by the way, if you've never done IK arm movements, Octodad, Surgeon Simulator, those games, they directly say we're inspired by that Jurassic Park game. Speaking of Jurassic Park, hang on, because technically, yeah, give me 1 second. I'm still here. I just won't be able to hear anything for a second. Not that I can hear anyone chatting. Oh my god, it's much nicer. Speaking of Jurassic Park, sorry, I was wearing a Jurassic Park shirt under the sweater. This game is a bit different, where your character dies. I honestly think the name of the character is either Sam or Ben. It's one of the two, and I have that in my head fairly firmly, that it's one of those two names. But your character is like this rich kid who dies at the very start of the game. And you make a deal with death. That if you can get through 24 hours without dying again, you get your life back. Except everything is now voluntary control. There is no involuntary stuff. So you have to control the character's digestion. You have to control how the spine aligns. You have to control the breathing. You have to control every little bit of it. What new film? Oh, Jurassic Park. Don't tell me anything. I'm gonna see it next Wednesday before my D&D night. Because literally the cinema is across the street from where my D&D thing is. I don't care, it's bad. Number 3, it can't be any worse than the original number 3 with a talking raptor. I get the irony of that with the trailer, because of the trailer where Grant goes, "You made a promise to a dinosaur." Actually, I don't think it's Grant that says that line. I think it's Malcolm that says that line. We're doing regen, aren't we? So yeah, we want to know, do we not have max stamina? Are we less than the max? And do we have oxygen? Because if we don't have oxygen, we can't regain it. So all we're going to do for this is set stamina. We're just going to pass in an argument of 1. And then to do update UI. Now the reason why we aren't doing the to do update UI stuff, or why we aren't doing the update UIs, is we have no references to them yet. We're going to need to include references to them. So stamina deplete is a bit more complex, unfortunately. First. Okay, I do have... What the crap was that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what I was doing there. Okay, right, I need to run a quick build. Make sure we're good, because otherwise we're going to run into an issue. And I also need to then make a new enum class. Warning, a property has changed that was exposed. Oh, fuck me. Okay, lines 38, 40, 44, 49, 47, 51, 50. Jesus. Right. All right, we're in the header files. Starting at line 38. It's because you're private. You know what? Sod off. Protected. There. Are you happy? We've made them protected. Are you gonna give me that same problem? I mean, I get why it's freaking out at me. I honestly do, but... did I hit the compile button? Oh, I did. Okay. It's going off in the other window. Oh, okay. That wasn't the issue. What was? Warning, property has a category set, but is not exposed to the editor or... Oh. Okay. Give me a moment. I want to look up the use specifier I want to use. I think it's edit anywhere, blueprint read only is what I've had to do with these structures previously. So yeah, let's just do that. That should resolve that issue. And can I get away with it? No, it has to be protected. Right. I wanted them to be private, but yeah. I mean, I could go really complex and create a series of private and protected versions of it. But, you know, with the way we've done our sets, I'm not so concerned, to be fair. I think everything after this point should be correctly done. Alright. I literally just saw the word exposed and saw the lines it was looking at and went, oh, you are complaining about this thing, and didn't finish scrolling. What? Hang on one second, sorry. Manuel Samuel! Thank you. That is the game. Give me 1 second. I need to take care of something really quickly. Sorry about that. I am back. I'm going to leave the camera off for a couple of minutes just in case I have to run off again. Yeah. Just had to deal with something in real life really quickly. I am back. Oh yeah, I was checking what was going on with this compile error, wasn't I? Right. So, property has a category set, but it's not true. I've said it. Blueprint read only. We've done that. Line 38. Blueprint read only. Oh, you know what? If that's really the reason for that error, I'm gonna laugh and be kind of annoyed all at once. Like it. Okay. I'm kind of concerned about the last two. Give me a second. So the last two errors we have from that, the other ones we'll take care of in a moment because those are going to be a little bit more in depth. I would say English only, but since I speak Portuguese, yeah. Or can read it at least. So line 100 had an error. Oh, got my keyword return. And I'm betting that's happening on line 143 as well. Yeah, I just forgot to type in a return there. Cool. So that's what those two errors were. It said they need to return something, right? I just forgot to the return. I'm like, I know I put the values in. So it's just a typo on my part. All right, so in the implementation file, let me just move this to the screen for a moment and get us the right line. Line 14. Actually, let me show you how I'm reading this. So I'm looking at this bit. What am I looking at? Am I in the header of the class file, so the implementation file, and then it's a line number. So I'm looking at line 14. I normally yell at people about English only. Just because there's other people who don't speak the language. Or the streamer would not speak the language. Did I ever tell you I had some guy from Brazil come onto my stream once when I was doing games way back when? And he tried to get me to say something in Portuguese. So instead of saying what he wrote, because I was reading out the lines from people, I started translating it into English out loud. And he went, I got part way into it. I can't troll you with that, can I? I'm like, nope. I don't know what the last word is, but I know it's inappropriate because it's a slang word I don't recognize. He goes, yeah, it means this. I'm like, okay. He goes, you speak Portuguese? I'm like, yeah. Clearly, if I'm translating that and you can see my screen and I'm not, playing a video game and actively playing it, I can't use Google Translate at the same time. Okay, so warning. We don't need the warning number. What I want to see is f-string assist asset reference. F-string asset reference renamed to f-string soft object path. Oh. Cool. It's a warning. Also, that was that error. Wait, is that why character is different in this version than I remember it being? Okay, so this is what deprecation looks like in C++ for Unreal. I actually still want these errors. I'm going to actually... Sorry, I want the warning still. I want the errors to go away, but I'm going to just reset it to make sure I've gotten rid of the errors. We'll actually address the warnings as well. All right, line 18 and 101 of the header, sorry, of the class file have an error still. So 18 and 101. So 18. Oh, I see what I've done. That was dumb of me. So it's actually 18 and 19 were wrong. And I changed 19 from 18. I didn't read that properly. And, what? Okay, we'll come back to that one in a moment. 101 is next. So, why are there two spaces? I like one space between things, yo. So, actually, I'm going to undo that so I know what line 101 really is. Line 101. Right. Interesting. What wordly analogy are you referring to? The Portuguese thing? Declaration of class member. I know this actually isn't going to show up on Google, but you know what? We're still going to Google it. Because somebody else might have a similar problem. Do I have a Google page already? No, I don't. All right. Is there actually even a level on that? I'm just curious. It doesn't say. Okay. It's not a warning. It's an error. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I typoed. I see the mistake. Well, you're returning the wrong error, but yes, thank you. that would be what's wrong. I was actually using the class member's name instead of the argument or parameter name that I'm passing in, which is that class member. But sorry, give me 1 second. This is also wrong. Oh wait, no, that isn't. That should be that. Okay, yeah, no, I'm passing in the right thing. Okay, so yeah, that part's right. Right. That fixes that error out, and that leaves that warning, and this error. Curve here. I think that's the one I just did, isn't it? Curve heart rate. Hang on. Yep. Okay, so I think I did that error and I just lost track of where I was at. Okay, let's do that again. Oh, really? Fucking hell. Sorry for swearing, but you're gonna give me linker errors on that crap? Really? Alright, let's just make sure. You know what? Let's do this the fun way. Don't save. Okay, let's do it this way. Oxygen deplete, void. I'm a... I use the... Wait, no, I used the right one. Yeah, no, what are you talking about? I'm just going to try one more time. Okay. Let's do the old-fashioned trick of just forcing the thing to see itself. If this doesn't work, then there's definitely a typo somewhere in my code. Turning the camera back on. And I don't know where the typo would be. Come on. Getting the same error. Okay. We're getting less of them now, though, at least. That is useful. We've halved the amount. Okay, so oxygen deplete void. Okay, I have it defined there once. I call it here once. I define it once. use stats component, oxygen deplete, void, no argument we have it pressed in. Okay, so let's go through this very carefully. We are in the class use stats component base. We have defined a public method known as oxygen deplete. It returns nothing. It takes no arguments in. It's linked to its definition. It's linked to the definition, so that's not wrong. Okay. So if that's not wrong, why does it think I've redefined this? I'm calling it there. I'm defining it here. Call define. It's a void, so it's not expecting anything to be on the left-hand, no left-hand operators. It doesn't have any arguments, so no parameters to pass in. Stats gen. Okay. This is when I do something like this. We close this out again. We delete our intermediary files. Bye-bye. We generate project files again. I didn't see any errors on that, even though it goes away too quickly. I legitimately don't know what I've done wrong. Either Sam, if you see a typo, please let me know. And not in a comment. Like, I don't care if there's typos in comments, but, like, there has to be something wrong in the code. Something really simple that I'm just not seeing. Assuming this doesn't build in a second. If it builds, then it was the intermediary files causing some weirdness. Sorry, it's going to take a little bit longer because I have to rebuild the files I just deleted. Oh, that is taking a very hot second there. Cool. While that's doing that, let's just look at this. Make sure I have all my semicolons in. Yep. Or, yeah. Yep. 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 No, okay. Oh, now we have all the errors back again. Huh. Right. My gut is telling me to do something that Epic flat out tells you never to do, which is to actually edit the generated file. Alright, it isn't the order in which I've called them up because I'm forward declaring. have a forwarded declaration in the header, as you're supposed to do with headers. Have my definitions. All right, do I have an instance of Unreal open that I'm not aware of? No, I don't. Okay. Okay, it's the correct header. You have a generated body, which is actually what's causing the issue. All right, so Google time. All right, so UE5 linker error link 40006. Okay. That is interesting to know for something else, but not the error we have. That is a different error. Look, this is in 3 languages so far. 4! Awesome, we're not using this site, clearly. Because there's nothing there. UE5... you know what? I don't care if it's a different error. I have a lot of concerns about, yeah. Just, what, that was my first thought, like, also, yeah, lots of issues with that. Okay, not what I'm looking for, because I would not use to include guards like that. Let's just change the search to be more realistic. For returns, it is. That is actually not a half bad setup. Alright, I'm not going to have that error, because that is something... I would actually like to see the... Yeah, there we go. I don't think this is going to be useful. Yeah, no, they just reused a name that you can't reuse. You usually get different errors for that one, though. What the heck was that error about on their part? We're getting that error. Hey, Game Dev TV. Okay. Oh, this is GameDev.net, not GameDev.TV. Right. Google is not helping. I'm just making sure there are no random files that shouldn't exist. No, there aren't. I don't know why I was clicking so many times there. Nope. I was very confused why I didn't have a hidden folder about this, and I realized I don't have this attached to source control yet. Okay. I'm just gonna try something really stupid, just to see if we can get rid of the oxygen deplete. This should not affect anything. Yep. No. Okay. I'd have been really confused how that worked. By the way, like really, really confused. But I don't know what the crap is going on there, honestly. Okay. Not seeing anything there that would be weird. Almost tempted to delete the auto saves as well. Alright. Public void. Use as component. What I was doing oxygen deplete, I think. Yeah, I was. It's, yeah. I'm not redefining it. Like, where? Where am I redefining it? We'll search the entire project. Okay. So, oxygen regen. Yeah, I know vacuum was spelled wrong. I make a comment about it every time I type it in that I spelled it wrong. There is no redefinition. What are you on about? What in God's green earth are you on about? Have I forgotten something really, really, really basic and I'm just, like, blind? Have I typed? No, I've not typoed massively. I've copied and pasted. Okay. I just spelled defined wrong. Why are you using that include guard? Oh, there's a potential typo. Force inline. Get health. Semicolons there. That's right. Okay, so if that were the case, no, that doesn't make sense. If that were the case, then these two would also be on that list. And I'm just seeing... No, it's all three are on the list. But set health isn't. You know what? We're just gonna return to my old style of doing this crap. Nope, okay. Right, that wasn't the problem. No, you need the brackets. That's how you actually say if it's a function or a variable. Okay. So the reason why I was picking on the pure functions there is that the pure functions were what this person had called out about this stuff. I wonder. It's so rare that I use that use specifier, but I just noticed that is the only thing between them. And that would actually be what's causing the issue, I bet. Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm wrong. Very much wrong. Okay, if that wasn't the error, let's go back here. That's the wrong thing. It's definitely the wrong thing. I've lost the chat. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah, you're not doing the same thing I'm doing. Oh, thank you for using Pragma. Okay. Oh, if you're new to C++, you should not be writing your own movement component. Oh my god. Okay, that's the answer to my question. Cool. Right. I know exactly what's wrong now. I forgot about that. And the second I read it, I saw the issue, which is, Did I use native event or implementable? I use implementable. All right, that doesn't feel right, but I'll try that. You know what? We're gonna try it really quickly. I'll be massively annoyed if that's the case, though. All we're looking to see is oxygen timers off this list. Yeah. Okay. That's the bug. Awesome. Right. Cool. That makes me kind of sad. Because I like doing my overrides a particular way, but fine. Fine. I see how it is. Cool. Still need to make my enum class so I can finish this thing out. Let's make the enum class. Whatever that material function is, takes ages to load. Sam M, not Sam H. Can you do me a favor and take a look at that material function in your copy of this project and tell me how many, what you're noticing in it? Because that particular material function is what's being called, I think, on the moon map that is more laggy. I have a feeling that that function has problems in it. And, yeah. I have a feeling that you know material functions better than me based on your background in art. And material functions definitely are more art-based. I mean, I get it's procedural art, so it's code-based art, but still. I mean, my material functions come down to tessellation and randomization. Oh, and weather. Jesus, it's already using 2.7 gig. Yeah, it's mf_grass. It'll be located in the folder called Moon. Not sure what subfolder, because I can't see it right now. So for everyone on stream who can't see what I'm reading from, it's the bottom of the screen where it says 93% loading file mf_grass. MF tends to stand for material function. I just happen to know that is a material function in that folder, somewhere in the Moon folder, because I've looked at it at one point. Didn't look at it closely, clearly, otherwise I'd have commented on it if I'd seen something. Or even if I did, I might not have spotted the issue, because, yeah, I'm not an artist. I'm a code monkey. Give me code. Let me look at code. Let me touch the code. Let me be one with the code. Seriously, please load. All I want to do is create an enum file. And I, for some reason, have glitches in Unreal 5, and I create it in the Solution Explorer instead. So let me use your class wizard, Unreal. Thank you. Oh, I was off by 5 seconds, totally. Don't need that. Public core. Where the heck did I actually put the common structures? Is it in a subfolder, or is it just hanging out in core? It's just hanging out in core. Cool, we'll do the same for the enum. It's not gonna be common though, it's... You know, I'm curious actually. Is there an enum already in here? Blackboard type key enum, oh god. I'm kind of curious if that's it. You know what? I'm going to do it the way I normally do it. Just do a blank class. I feel much more confident with the blank class in this case than I do with the other ones. I'm going to call this... You know what? We're going to hit cancel really quickly. I'm going to see what I named it already in this version. Oh, no, not physical materials. Player. E movement type. Okay, we can get rid of the proto part. I mean, the amount of lag I'm experiencing right now. Okay. Public core, yep. Awesome. Boink. Boink. Right, so we will use the uenum specifier. We will make this a blueprint type. It'll be E movement type. And there we go. And now I just cheat and go over here and core player enum prototype. The fuck? What the actual living... Why are you... What? On so many levels. What? I will make a pencil disappear, biznitch. That's all I'm going to say to you, Sam H. I will make a pencil disappear. Okay? What is the... Bonus points for anyone who can tell me why that error is happening. Oh, I'm fine. I'm just annoyed. Like, so I put a bug complaint into them, and what is the bug? Yes, I know. Yes. Are you trying to piss me off? Like, I'm actually legitimately asking, are you trying to make me more angry and actually make me legitimately angry by quoting a douche nozzle capitalist fuckwad who has done more harm for the field than good? Or do you legitimately think he's good? Because he's a capitalist douchewad who has zero backing for his particular procedure, co-opted a name from an approach that does actually work, and has damaged the reputation of the approach that actually works because his approach is utter bullshit. I mean, in my lectures, I just call him Zimbat. Like, I refuse to even... Him and, what's her name? Shapiro. Not Shapiro and Shapiro, Francine Shapiro. Both of them. Oh my god. And you know what? The UK public ate it up with a goddamn spoon, and you're still paying for the price for it 20 odd years later. And it's going to be another 20 to 40 years before you realize it, because it took you so long to properly implement their crap that you oh my god. Oh my god. Anger. Much anger. Like, I often have to tell students over and over again, this thing good. This other thing is not this. Okay, so not using fake words here. Mindfulness, good. Mindfulness-based stress reduction, bullshit. And what happens is most of the time that people are talking about mindfulness-based stress reduction, they actually mean mindfulness. Mindfulness-based stress reduction is a particular psychological technique that has no empirical evidence for it outside of Zimbat's or Cabot Zim's, whatever the douche nozzle's name is, outside of his lab. To give you a brief history of it, said dude saw mindfulness research coming out in psychology, went, ooh, money-making potential. I'm going to copyright the name mindfulness-based stress reduction and write a protocol for it and publish it without any backing for the damn research that says this protocol actually does something. Use the capital built by mindfulness-based methods, or yeah, I'm gonna say mindfulness-based methods, and when it's the same. No, it isn't, and it doesn't work. Mindfulness works. For some people, mindfulness works. Mindfulness has a place in the field. Mindfulness-based stress reduction belongs in the goddamn rubbish bin. Oh yeah, it does. It definitely needs a rebranding. It's also an awful name to use. One thing that we really suck at in the field is the naming of things. Think about cognitive restructuring. Sounds scientific, sounds technical. Great. Sounds very dehumanizing. Mindfulness. Sounds very humanizing, but so fluffy-wuffy that buy-in doesn't happen. Oh yeah, no. People saying they're offering CBT in this country, they aren't really offering... Screw off. I don't want you building land nav. Yeah. Anger. Much anger. Walk, jog, run. I should have remembered that, actually. Alright, so walk, meta. The macro. Display name equals walk, comma, jog, meta. Why am I just not being a lazy or an unlazy idiot? Okay, because I'm anal retentive like this. It's going to bug me if it isn't. There we go. Okay, as someone who does programming and has actually written an NLP before and an MLP, NLPs are made out of MLPs typically. They're just MLPs focused on linguistic. So ML in this case stands for multi-layer. P is perceptron. So an NLP is an MLP. But an MLP is not by definition an NLP. So natural linguistic pathways or processing, depending on which definition you go with, is both a psychological term and a programming term. And I would say now 80% of the bullshit crap I see around NLP and psychology, and I don't mean like an actual real hard-based proper science psychology. I mean in the pseudo crap that is fed to the public. About 80% of the NLP stuff I see is actually meant to be binaural beats, which is a very different fucking concept. NLP is language acquisition and understanding. That's all it is. What people normally talk about when they're talking about NLP is actually binaural beats, which is a different field all in. But you know what? It's the same with GMOs. Like people are like, this is a GMO. Like fucking regular sweet corn is a GMO. Like, yeah. Okay, I'm now done being angry. What was I doing? Psychotherapy is unlicensed in this country now. You don't need a license to be a psychotherapist. Cool. That compiled. Awesome. All right. Include e movement type dot h. I say the h that way for the British people in the room, because I'm not sure they know what an H is, but a H they know. I realize that most of my audience right now is in the UK, so yeah, sorry about that. Rightio, so we have that in place. What was I working on when I did this? Probably should have left a to-do stop here. Add a component down here towards the bottom. Fantasy. Like, I'm writing a course on how to write an NLP system. I like how you're correcting my mocking of your nationality. Or of your nation's way of talking about things. Alright. Piss off that thing. Okay, so stamina deplete, I think, is where we were on. Right, yeah, it was. And I wanted the movement type for this. Cool. Okay, Alright, so we're going to create a local variable for this one, actually. So this is going to be stamina cost local. And we will just put it for there for now. Alright. And what we're going to do is we need to do one check first. And we're going to do that check. And we're going to do another check. I know how to write it as a trinary operator. I just am curious if there is a built-in UE4 C++, let me type in UE4 correctly, UE4 C++ select API. I just want to see if they have a, holy shit, do they really? They actually wrote something for this? I'm going to look at a blueprint in 5 seconds, aren't I? Yep. Cool. Yeah, no, I'm just going to use this as a trinary operator. I would be very surprised had they actually written out a method for that. Right, so... mag boots first. So we're gonna get mag boots. Not is dead. Is in vacuum. Have I just missed it? Oh yeah, it's the first one. Actually, I probably should have these the other way around, given that is dead overrides everything else. All right. So what we're gonna do is equal true question. If true, then so we're gonna create another float, and we're gonna reduce this down in a minute. Walk cost local is equal to this operator, 0.1f, else 0.1f. Do I have that right? Oh, if I had the Terminator. But why am I for? Yep. I don't. There we go. All right. So if mag boots are active, the walk cost will be 0.01. If they are inactive, then the cost to walk is higher. Right. Okay, we can't go any further there. We have to go back here for a minute. And we need to create a new variable. But it's going to be in our master collection. And it actually should be up here. And it's going to be of E movement type. And we will default this out to, we'll name this movement type. We'll default this out to E movement type walk. Okay. I'm not gonna question why you just did that. Right, so we need this one right here. It's gonna be an inline for master. And this will be force inline. It'll be E movement type. Hang on 1 second before we continue this. Do the class name and the thing match each other? Okay, I was just curious. And it's gonna read get movement type, and it's gonna return movement type without the E, and it is a const. Why are you arguing with me on the spacing of this oh, yeah, fair enough. That one I could understand you arguing with me. Sorry, I'm gonna force it to give me the spacing I want to have. There we go. Okay. Right. What the... Piss off. Sorry, I'm swearing at the IntelliSense stuff. Can you check the taskbar to check if you're running out of GPU memory? I'm at 0%. Oh, sorry, I'm at 13% usage right now. I am using 50% of my memory, and I have 64 goddamn gigs in this thing right now. 51%. CPU 25%. I'm honestly concerned about that. Just give me 1 second. I want to bring this over and do this. Cool. I knew there was something funky with that, because there's something in Unreal I always forget, and it's that enum bit. We need to set it to enum as give me a second. So it's enum as byte, and we're passing in movement type. There we go. That should resolve that issue. Send it on Discord. Yeah, I checked. I told you the percentage already. I am not running out. I am at I'm at 12% usage. Okay. Please stop giving me errors that aren't true. Thank you. Right. Now we can proceed. Yes, I realized what I uncommented was the error lines, but there were error lines because I wasn't using them yet. I'm now ready to use them. So we're going to do a... switch, and we're going to switch on movement type. Oh, I will get this to work some point. I really like when this code snippet works, and it's important to me to get it to work, okay? There we go. And we can drop the E there now. Right. So actually, we don't need this anymore. We can just drop that out. We take this bit and we paste it here. There we go. Right. And then for everything else, it's fairly straightforward. I mean, in theory, we could do this for all of them. In fact, actually, let's just set it up so we can. But I'm just going to leave the numbers the same for now. So it's going to be 1.5 for jogging. Actually, it would make sense not to have that as 1.5 on the false or on the true. Yeah. And this will be 2.5. All right, for our default case, we will err on the side of caution and use the walk case. Okay, there we go. So we're now setting this local value for how much our stamina is going to cost us. All right, so next what we have to do is a branch. So an if statement, and we want to know if get stamina is greater than stamina cost local, which is why we just did all of that. Get current stamina. Right, we are going to have an else condition here. So for our true condition, we are going to set stamina, and it is stamina cost local minus. So we're converting it to a negative. Speaking of which, when I did that earlier, why did I do -1? Okay, let's just optimize that out a bit. There we go. Okay. Ow, sorry, chair, making noises. And, to do UI update, we need one more function before we can proceed. This will be, I don't feel well suddenly. Really don't feel well. Master. It's going to return nothing. It's going to be called set movement type. It will take in an argument of e movement type, and we'll call this movement type. Let's go ahead and define the sucker. Okay, so actually I had it in the right spot in my code, or my header file. All right, so all we're doing with this one is we are setting. I'm gonna avoid using a pointer here, this reference, and I'm just gonna rename this in. Otherwise, I'd have to do this movement type is equal to that movement type. I'd rather avoid having that extra line in. I realize it's not a line. I avoid having extra parts of my statements here. And it'll be set to movement type in. All right. So on the else, what we're going to do is we're going to do set movement type, and it's going to be e movement type walk. That isn't right. I know the code is right, but that is not what I want to do actually. Yeah, no, that is not right. We're going to actually create a bit of a circular dependency on what we want to do. But if we do it this way, we're going to create an infinite loop. So let's avoid that. And we're going to first off comment this out of to do replace with character call to its set movement type, which will actually be the same function. We're just setting in two different spots to do two different things. But else what we'll do is stamina regen. Right. So let's go down to, did I do stamina regen already? I have. Cool. Right. Sorry, give me a second. Let me go look. I'm not seeing what you're referencing there. Hang on, have I misread something? Oh, sorry, I misread something. Sorry, ignore me. I misread something there, Sam. All right, so now we get to use our curves. So we're gonna need a hang on one second yet again. There is a good chance when I return I'll be stopping the stream. We're actually over the time we're supposed to be doing, but I need to step away for a moment. I apologize. Alright, sorry about that. We will continue just so we can get this part done with and over with and stuff. And it'd be unfair to show you partial work and partial setup and then continue working on it throughout the week and not have you understand what's happened. So, we'll continue. Sorry, I was coughing off to the side there. Alright, we were on fear. Right, we're going to need a pure function. We will force it to be inline. We need a regular function as well. Just to make my life easier. Yoink. Should probably need a few pure functions. That's what I changed earlier. Okay, I was wondering, because I remember I had a stamina one that was off earlier. And I can't remember why it was off despite me changing it. Alright, this is, here. Okay, this is calculate delta here. And this is one of the few inlines you'll ever see me do across multiple lines. And I'm just doing it across multiple lines because it's actually a math calculation. I don't think I plan on storing anything. I just plan on returning it. Yeah, I plan on returning it. Okay. So we're going to create a float called delta here local, which we will initialize to 0. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word initialize for a second. Right. We will just put our return in before I forget. Okay. So first we're gonna have a if statement. So if has oxygen. I swear we have a function for this. I want to use a function version of it. Check has oxygen. Else okay, so we're gonna have 2 branches, by the way. We are going to take the oxygen current level, divide it by, we're gonna get the proportion of oxygen, and then we're gonna weight it. So actually we're gonna have multiple branches. So if, and then we're gonna take oxygen dot current divided by, not weighting it, we're checking that its proportion is greater than 25% or less than 25%. Oxygen dot max is less than or equal to 25. Else we're going to fall out of this and go into this bit here, down here, which will be another if statement, by the way. All right, if it is, then we are going to modify delta fear by taking itself and adding into it our low oxygen effect, which we don't have anything for currently, if I remember correctly, and I'll have to work out what those numbers are. I know we put fake numbers in today. There it is. So it's low oxygen, not no oxygen for this one. Okay. That's all we're doing there. Else, we have no oxygen. Then we are doing delta fear local. As plus equal. So taking itself, no oxygen. Okay. Regardless of this, then we have another check we do. And we do if. Seriously? If B is in proximity. And for this one, what we do is delta fear local, take it, add it to itself, and our proximity, which we'll need to create a setter for. So while I am thinking about that, yoink, yoink, void set proximity effect, float prox value. Actually, I'm just gonna call it value. Okay. So we have our setter in place for that. We'll actually have to define it in a moment. If not, then we do nothing. There is a semicolon there. And I'm pretty sure I called it proximity. Why are you saying? Thank you. Now we actually create this as a proportion, and we return that with our fear.max. Otherwise, it goes crazy. And I had to actually work that one out. Let me grab these two. Go back here. Oh, I did not mean to delete that. I meant to delete the line underneath it. There we go. All right. And let's add in our scope. We'll do the set proximity effect first, because that one's a lot easier. So we're going to take proximity, and it's equal to value. That's all. Likewise, we'll go back here really quickly, and we're actually going to create another pure inline just above this. That will be get proximity. And this is going to return our proximity. There we go. Now, in theory, you could use the get proximity down here, but I'm just not going to make that a thing. What the hell is wrong with you, IntelliSense? Okay, whatever. We're ignoring that because that error is just wrong. Like, okay. Right, so we're going to do if, and then it is All right. IntelliSense, since you really want to be a dick today, there we go. Is greater than 0.0f. Then we are going to take the... We're going to do delta fear is equal to, and then it's fmath clamp delta fear plus, plus equal calculate delta fear comma 0 1. Right, now I just need to think for half a moment to try to remember something. Okay, the function is called getFloatValue. Cool. So then we're going to do fear.current is equal to fmath, no, math, clamp. I'm just going to put X here for a second. 0, fear.max. I just put the terminator on. And our value in is, just said the function name, get float. Hang on. How do I call this actually before I do this? So I need the curve. I need the fear curve. Okay, there we go. Fear curve. Get float value, and it's going to be our delta fear amount. No, delta fear. Delta fear. There we go. Okay. Else. And by the way, if you want to see what that looks like in Blueprint, these two lines, that's that. That is how easy it is in C++ as compared to Blueprint. All right. Else, then we're going to do is we're going to check if the fear level is greater than 1 or not. So if, then fear current, or is greater than 0, is greater than 0.0f. In other words, we have fear, and this is our reduce fear condition. So I'm just going to comment reduce fear, increase fear. So basically what we're saying is if the delta amount's above 0, then we're increasing it. If it's below 0, then we're reducing it. So we're going to do the same thing we did here, except for now 0 doesn't work because we're below 0. So what we do for this is we are going to add us in one more bracket just to make sure that I have enough brackets for this to work. We're going to do it's actually not delta fear. Sorry, it's not calculate delta fear anymore. We can get rid of that. Actually, screw this. Hang on. We're going to do it this way. I'm just going to think about this in a way that makes sense to me. It's delta fear minus 0.001 0 1. Okay. Sorry, it's delta fear minus equal 0.001. We're then going to do this here. And again, in Blueprint, that's that bit. Well, minus the branch I just highlighted, it's this bit. Alright, that's fear done. And next, we are going to do heart rate. And I'm just going to actually rename this from set fear to fear event. And let's just go back here. Set fear is now fear event. We're going to do the same thing down here. Actually, we're going to copy all of this. And we're going to paste it down here. And this is going to be heart rate. I think that's what I named this group earlier. Yeah, heart rate. And it will be heart rate event. That's wrong. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Yeah, that was wrong. And we have actually got an error for trying to have that in there. Sorry, I'm glad I checked that. This takes no arguments. Let's grab our name scope, or scope. Keep saying name scope. It's not a namespace, it's a scope. But technically, you know what I mean. Right, so just want to make sure this is the structure I think it is. It is a structure. Cool. Cool. All right, heart rate is equal to you know, technically we don't need a clamp because the structure, the curve itself has a built-in clamp. But I'm going to include it just to be on the pedantically safe side. And if I want to remove it down the road, I'm just going to make a comment. Consider removing clamp. I'm going to take this comment and we're actually going to put the word block in front of it, because block means it's something I'm blocked out to think about. All right, so this will be X 60 and 280. Actually, I can cheat for that last one. I can do heart rate dot max for that last one. Cool. So this bit is the weird bit. So it's going to be another, what the heck did I name it? Heart rate curve? Yeah, heart rate curve. So its heart rate curve is a pointer, so we're going to use an arrow operator, get float value. And this value, I am actually going to calculate out here. And it's going to be float delta heart rate local. I'm actually not sure it's the delta, but whatevs. Just so we have that defined, I'm just gonna drop that into there. All right. Matches operand of current max float. No operator equal matches these operands. Operand types are... What are you blabbing about? All right, we're gonna take the clamp out. Actually, hang on. What I'm going to do is just copy this line. And then I'm going to redo everything I just did. Okay. I just want that there as a reference. We will default that out to 0 every time we call this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set this to be... I'm going to do this on multiple lines just so it's easier for me to read. So it's going to be stamina dot current divided by stamina dot max. No, do not thank you. There we go. Also, just so I have that there. Actually, I'll get rid of that. 1 minus. And then we're going to take the result of that, and we're going to multiply it by 0.5. Okay. And then we're going to add to it, sorry, I just want to have one more space in here. We're going to add to it 1 minus, and then that is health dot current divided by health dot max multiplied by 0.25 plus 1 minus oxygen dot current divided by oxygen dot max times 0.25. So those 0.25 bits you're seeing is the weighting of things, plus, and this one's a bit different, this is fear dot current divided by fear dot max. Actually, I still want a second thing in there, times 0.5. Okay, so let's just, bring this back into one thing. You're gonna take up more than my Zoom actually allows, aren't you? Cool, you did. Put a space there. Boink. Okay, there we go. Why are you giving me an error now? Okay. Okay. Ah. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's right. Okay. I saw your question. I'm just getting the heart rate up on screen to show you. Oh, fuck off. Sorry, that was at Unreal doing weirdness. So here is the min heart rate when there is 0 input into it. Your base is 60. I chose 60 based on some of the lowest. Well, the lowest rated reported heart rate on the moon is below 60, but 60 seemed more realistic than some of the other numbers I've seen. Yay for gravity. And the highest I saw was like 2 something, like 240. So I jumped it up to 280, just again because I wanted to have a better range, so that you take a bit longer getting up, and then you have a very steady linear increase until towards the end where it peters out again and it sort of plateaus until you reach your max. So that's how that's happening. We're taking the amount of activity the person is doing, and we're creating a proportion of it instead of a percentage. We're weighting that proportion at 50% of the overall heart rate. We're taking the current health, creating a proportion, weighting that at 25% of the overall heart rate. Same for the oxygen at 25%. And then fear. Huh. Well, we have 150% here. Oddly, these numbers work really well. The math is just, yeah. Whoops. Whatever. It works. Yeah, well, we can fix those numbers later on. All right, now that's working. I want to see if this line works now. Oh, no, it's not working. What is going on here? Okay. So, is heart rate... Oh. My God. I'm an idiot. I know why that's not working. Also, that error message is not useful. It actually is useful now that I've reread it. Okay. There we go. Alright, so we've now converted over, I think, everything inside of this. We have... Let me just go through this step by step. Make sure we've done everything in terms of the methods, because the methods are how I'm going to know. We haven't done the timers, but we'll take care of that in a moment. Okay. Set movement, get movement. Done. Set health, get current health, get the health structure. Done. Oxygen timer. What the shit is that in my list? I know what it is, but where is it on my list? Okay, oxygen timer done. Oxygen regen done. Oxygen deplete done. Do we not have a get oxygen anywhere? Cool. I want that up here. And that'll be get oxygen. And it's going to be oxygen current. And it's a float value. All right, so we have our get oxygen. We have our set oxygen. We have... Oh, we're missing one function again. Yoink. Yoink. I'll do the comments off stream. Set is in vacuum. There, I spelled it right. You happy? And this actually will take an argument of bool b is in vacuum. Let's go ahead and quickly define this one. What was your nearest neighbor? Set oxygen consumption rate. Wow, these aren't in... Oh, actually, you know what? I do want you below set oxygen. I want you as the last function. Last impure function on this list. It'll also be helpful if I copy the right bit. Okay. And pass in our class, or our scope. And all we're going to do for this one is B is in... No. That's not what I meant to hit anyway. Okay, we're going to avoid using the this operator again. Error is in the weirdest spot, but okay. Right, so get oxygen, set oxygen, set is in vacuum, check has oxygen, get is in vacuum. Okay, that's all the oxygen functions done. Okay, now on my list, because these are separate lists for this, stamina timer, stamina regen, stamina deplete, set stamina done, get stamina done, extra get check has stamina done. Okay, that's all the stamina ones done. Fear. All right, fear event done. That's why I wanted that to be fear event. I want an override one called set fear. Okay, we haven't done the set fear, so let's do set fear. This is an override function that gets rid of our procedural amount. So what we're gonna do for set fear is just declare it or define it under here. And actually for this one we do need that's why I had delta fear in earlier. So this one actually does need a float delta fear. I'm gonna take that, make sure that we match our prototype, and then this will become fear.current is equal to fmath clamp x0 fear.max terminator. And with our x, what it will be fear. Sorry, I was just looking at something at the top there, and I'm going to double check that that functions right in a moment. Fear.current plus equals delta fear. Oh, seriously? You can't auto-convert that over? These should be floats. Why are you giving me issues? Oh. There we go. Right. Before I move on to checking things again on the other side, I just want to double check this, because something about this is bugging me now, and I just don't know what it is. So fear is equal to the clamp of between. Hang on, that's delta fear. Okay, so we're down here. Fear is equal to the clamp of get the value from the float between 0 and fear. Delta fear is equal to between 0 and 1 of the clamp of calculate delta fear plus equal to delta fear. Okay, that is right. Okay. Cool. Hey, hey there. No, it is not. This is something else I'm doing. I'm deciding if I'm going to turn this into a tutorial project later on. I am currently working on the remaster for the Survival series, however. The UE5 series outside of the remaster of the RTS series. My camera isn't on. Sorry about that. The remaster RTS will be in Blueprint. But the new series I'm writing, which will be, I think, 3 to 5 games for Unreal Engine 5, will be in C++. I say 3 to 5 because it's beginner level stuff. Not too much thought to it, not too much logic, not too many things that interact with each other. Very straightforward sort of stuff. How are you doing today, by the way? And welcome in. Right, I need to be in here. We're checking this bit. So we have the get fear somewhere. Nope, we don't. We need to get the fear level. Okay, so we're just gonna steal this, and this will be get fear, and that will be fear.current. Cool. All right, so we have get fear, set fear, fear event, calculate delta fear, actually this should be not effect, that should be weight, set, we'll call it effect, we'll leave it as effect. We have that one, that's all the fear. Which one? The beginner one for C++ or the remaster Blueprint version? Oh, son of a... I skipped an entire part of this. Awesome. Well, hey, that doesn't matter. We need to build this anyway, see if this works. So let's go ahead and build this thing. Yeah, I'm hot loading. Get over it. Okay, so in line 166 of the header, delta fear as a parameter cannot be defined in set fear as it's already been defined in float proper. What the? Shadowing is not allowed. Cool. I hate Unreal for that, but okay. Sorry, what line was that in particular? What line was I looking at? 166. Cool. Oh, I get why there would be a problem with that one, but still. Are you planning on having fear just cause a linear modifier to heart rate? That ain't linear, yo. It's near linear, but that ain't linear. And the math for that... You saw me do the math for that. The math for that is, fear adds, well, 0.5 of its whatever it's at to the current. So it ain't a linear expression whatsoever here. Seriously, that particular bug is going to drive me up the wall. Cool. 51 and 51. What? Oh, class file. Typos! That was that one. Okay, that's fairly simple. Who says you'll be able to shoot anything? Right. I know there is a section I've skipped. That's fine. We're going to leave it skipped for a moment because the bit I need to write in the init part here is the same thing that I'm going to have to write for the other part I've missed, just a different version of it. So, might as well do this part. Field of view, visual perspectives, and other events happen at that point. A lot of other things. Overwhelming the player with extra stuff on top of that might not... It has diminishing returns after a while. Right, that is not what I wanted to open. I wanted to open was... I wanted to open up the RTS Remaster C++ code that isn't actually in the Remaster series. It's just the C++ code I have, because it has a useful reference to what I'm trying to do. And it has the include I needed, which is really what I wanted from it. Alright, I want the game... No, that's the wrong include. That's my include. Time manager. That's the include I want. Time manager. Thank you. That's also what I was looking for, was the name of that thing. So we're missing some variables, as I already knew. And it's going to be ftimer handle, by the way, for those variables that are missing. Hey, Sam, other Sam, hit original Sam up. Hit original flavor Sam up in Discord. Other Sam has been... I like how it's other Sam and original flavor Sam. Other Sam's been watching me do the blueprint version of this on the live streams I do on Discord, like every other night, I think, at this point. Right, so next what we need to do is call those timers up. Why did I pause? Because I was looking up the name of the timers I wanted. Alright, so we're going to need an oxygen timer. So, here's our oxygen. Cool, and this is oxygen TH. And what use specifiers am I going to use for that one, to be fair? I'm not going to use any, actually. I don't foresee needing to override this one. Cool, so oxygen TH. We're going to have stamina TH as well. Yeah, I saw that. Alright, stamina TH. I put that in the fear section, which is useful because we need a fear one as well, but fear TH. Stamina TH. I think that's all the timers I'm gonna need for this part. There's other timers we need, by the way. Just double checking what I have planned. Oxygen, stamina, fear, heart rate needs one as well. Yeah, duh, heart rate needs one. Alright, so boink, heart rate TH. Not that I'm trying to brush you off, original flavor Sam. I'm just thinking if you want rapid information while I'm doing this, without me rehashing the things I've talked about previously, that might be useful. All right, very quickly, to do, get owner, interface. Sorry, I'm going to use snake casing for this. For mag boots. Right, so we need to actually call these events down there up, and we call them on the init component because we're going to run most of them on timers. And anything where you see where I've done the word timer, those are the events we're actually triggering on the timer, and they then trigger the subsequent sub events or functions underneath that we're going to use to actually set all these values. Right, and before I do that, I'm just going to double check. Okay, so it should be get world, get timer manager, set timer, and it's going to be oxygen first, so we're just going to grab our oxygen TH. Okay, so that's the timer handle that we're parenting this to. Right, what are the rest of my arguments? Fucking useful. Come on, IntelliSense. Set timer. In handle, in rate. In out handle, that's the timer handle. This is not the version I know. Hang on. Yeah, we want a callback. So this is one we want. Okay. So that would be boink, comma, this, comma. I don't think that's right. I don't think there's a comma there. Hang on. No, it's not menu context. Jesus Christ. I need a dynamic delegate. It's this version. Ah, this is the one I'm using. Okay, cool. Okay, so it is u stats component base oxygen timer. Oh, god damn it. I want to see the rest of the arguments. Let's hope this is right. Okay, I'm not getting any errors. Is my clock right though? Yeah, so Sam M, if you want to talk to Sam H, get him up to speed on stuff, go for it. No, oxygen timer is every half second. Cool. Then we're going to take this. We're going to duplicate this down here, and this is now our stamina TH. And this will be our stamina timer. This one is looping every 0.1 second. We're going to do the same with our fear. So it's fear TH, fear event. Cool. 0.1 true. Yep. Down one more. And this is heart rate TH, and this is as the event our heart rate event, and this will also be 0.5, and then to do battery stuff. And that's the part we skipped, is the battery stuff. But really quickly, let's go ahead and compile this. Make sure that I just did that part correctly, because, whew, I'm doing that by the seat of my pants. Also, I just lost the thing. I did it correctly. Yay! I mean, Sam, you might be, but good Sam. So it's now going to be good Sam and original flavor Sam. Original flavor Sam, you might be complaining. Good Sam, he's too nice of a person. Alright, coolio, cool. I needed that back up, didn't I? Not that. That can go away. I want this back, because this has my notes in it. Right, so... By the way, I've lost the chat window for a minute. Whoever just asked about the survival series in C++, the next bit of code I'm literally about to write is from the survival series, but I'm doing it in C++. It's the flashlight code. So if you want to see how the flashlight code works, -1 check, because we don't have to check if a flashlight's equipped. It's always equipped in this one. Yeah, do I have the functions or the variables declared for the battery? I do. And we will want a F timer handle. Sorry, give me just a moment, because parts of this aren't going to be anywhere. F timer handle. F timer handle battery drain th. The shit was that about? F timer handle flashlight flicker th. Oh. Like, what's going on? Why is this happening? Is flashlight active? Yeah, that's all the ones we need. Okay, cool. That takes care of that bit. Right, sorry, I'm just getting my notes organized for this. We're just going to copy that for now. Alright, so this category, what did I call this category? I think I called it battery earlier. Yeah, I called it battery. We'll keep it in battery, even though it's really the flashlight. But because it relates to the battery statistic, I have gone with the name battery. So this will be activate flashlight. The next one will be flashlight battery drain. I meant to copy both those lines. So flashlight. Sorry, the microphone is directly over that part of my screen, which is why I'm leaning this way. Battery drain. If everyone wants to do a fast test, I will do a fast test just to demonstrate that, you know, it is that reason. And then we're gonna have a flashlight flicker. And then we are gonna have a set battery level. Just gonna copy this name for a moment. Oh, I didn't need to. God dang it, it's already there. So it's gonna be set flashlight active. Don't ask. Just makes it easier. Oh, also, hang on. Let me get the arguments ready for these. So, this is float delta charge. This is bool B is active. Okay, and we have we're gonna copy that name now, because that one is actually what we wanted. Set flashlight flicker. Yoink. And this is gonna have the argument of battery level. So float. Do I actually want to put an argument in this, or just you? Are you modifying it any? I am battery level. I'm not modifying it. I'm gonna leave it in is what I meant. Sorry. Okay. Okay. This will be set flashlight timers. And actually, it's going to have the same argument of B is active. Okay. Let's take all of this. Minus that. There we go. Let's go down to the bottom of this thing. And, yeah, let's start doing the stuff that does the thing, yo. You know what would actually be easier to do than what I'm doing? Boink. 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 Yeah, I like going boink when I do these for some reason. I don't know why. It's weird, I know. But hey, we all have our fetishes. I mean, our habits. I'll see all of you in hell probably. Maybe minus Sam M, because he is genuinely a very, very, like, genuine person. Yes, I am praising somebody on my stream. It's a rarity, I realize. Alright, so set flashlight active. What we want to do is we want to check, does our flashlight have a battery? Charge, that is, a battery charge. So it's going to be if, sorry, again, the thing that I speak into is right over the thing. What the hell did I name it? I did see it earlier, right? I wasn't going crazy. I did see flashlight battery. Okay. All right, so if flashlight battery dot current is greater than 0.0 F, hang on one second. Right, I already have decided on a refactor I want to do for what I'm currently doing. And I'm debating on if I want to proceed with the part I'm working on, because the part I'm working on is the reason why I know I need that refactor now. Just give me a moment, though. Just want to see if there's actually a macro for this. Because if there is, I might need to do the refactor. No, there isn't a macro for it, is the first answer to my question. 2, I might be able to get around the refactor. I still want to do the refactor for usability, but I might have a way around it for what I'm currently I mean, the middle of hell is just an ice pit where I chew on people. I mean, where the devil chews on people. Right, so we're gonna actually create something. Cool. Apparently the flip-flop macro does not actually exist in C++ in the Unreal API, so private. And this is my note never to use this outside of what I'm doing. Sorry. Bool B is active. Yeah, I saw. Okay. Awesome. You can freak out all you want. There we go. Okay. Right. So if that is the case, then what we're gonna do, and we're gonna actually need one more function to pull this trick off. I'm actually gonna put it here, and it's gonna be, I just want that for a moment. It's gonna be abort flashlight. I am so glad we only need one flip-flop, otherwise I'd actually be annoyed. And actually try to figure out how to create a macro to do what I want it to do. So what we're gonna do is, if this is true, which we default it to true, so we'll run through that one first. Yeah, if I'm running the same goddamn lines on the thing. Right. Okay. Sammy boy, dream on. You know what? This is the hackiest way I can think to do this, but we're gonna do it this way. And since it's Boolean, we only have two options. Even though we only have two options, I am going to be very, very pedantic here and do that. It should jump over this bit. It should. I hope to God it does. Okay. So if this thing is true, set it to false. If it's false, set it to true. And the reason we're doing that is so that we can then pass into another function if I'm on or off. It's a light switch. Flip-flop. So it is set flashlight. Oh God, what did I name it? Did I name it the wrong thing? Oh, actually, I did. Set flashlight active is what I wanted to name it. Cool. You can go there, and then I can find set. Here we go. There we go. Cool. Okay, and we're gonna pass in B is active. And then we're going to do set flash. Okay, I'm just gonna take that set flashlight timers, and we're gonna take the same argument there and pass that in. Cool. All right. All right, so that takes us to battery drain. And in this, we're going to do set battery level minus 0.01. Give me a second. I just want to see what I did here. Set battery. Also, I probably should define this thing. Let's do this one really quickly because that one's really simple before I forget to do it. All right, so for this one, what we're gonna do is if B is active, and then this actually is a 2-line one. We're gonna paste that. Actually, 3 lines. We need all 3 of these. Okay. There we go. That way, if it's false, if it's true, it's on, we can abort it. We don't turn it on by accident. And then in our flip-flop, we then have all the stuff there. Yeah. So, what I wanted to check was this flashlight battery drain. No, not that. I want to check the set battery level. Okay, so set battery level. This is what I'm hemming and hawing over. It's actually not this part that I wanted to hem and haw over. It's the other thing. Yeah, you know what? Float. And this will be current battery level. There we go. Let's take all of this now. Go back to find where I actually define that thing. There we go. Comma. Sorry. Comma. Battery dot current. And then it's what do you mean too few arguments? There's literally 2 arguments. Flashlight battery. That might be the problem. Okay. All right, then it's set. So I'm just double checking something before I do this. Okay, it's set flashlight flicker. And we're passing in, well, flashlight battery current. Okay, am I missing this function? Flashlight flicker, we have that. Oh, I spelled flashlight wrong. Oh, so that says flashlight. Oh my god, wow. Set flashlight active. Should be flashlight. Set flashlight active. Cool. Okay. Okay. You're wrong until sense, please catch up. Alright, that takes care of that one. And then we just want this bit of this. It's all really the same Boolean. So if it is false, and we set that, if it's true, we set that to false. Yeah, that's all we're doing. Cool. Just to be double paranoid on things. Cool. That takes us to I thought I fixed that typo earlier. There we go. Okay. Set battery level comes next. And this is one's fairly simple. We're going to do a flashlight battery dot current is equal to fmath clamp, and we're clamping it between the flashlight battery dot current plus equal delta so you're passing in a reference. I might as well use the damn reference plus delta charge. Zero and well, you know what? We're not doing it this way. I don't like this. I don't feel comfortable doing it this way actually for this with this structure. It's a member variable anyway. Okay. 0 and then max. Okay. And then we have a to-do on this one as well. Another UI update for that. Okay. Set flashlight active. What do we name the bool in here? Sorry, I was looking at the wrong screen. Like, where's my bool list? Or where's my variable list? Went too far. Flashlight is flashlight active. Shut up, stomach. B is active. And then we're going to have a to-do for get owner interface for activate flashlight. Okay, that one's done as far as we can go until we actually write the code for that one. That being the interface and the owner bits. Set flashlight flicker. Okay. We don't even need this either. It's a member variable. And we're not setting it anywhere else but in here. So let me just get rid of this. Okay. And what we're going to do here is we're going to take the, we're going to do an if, and then it's battery, flashlight battery dot current divided by flashlight battery.max, and we want to know if this proportion is less than or equal to 0.15, so 15%. Okay, so I was going to check that here in a second. We then want to check, is it less than 0? Or is battery level less than 0? So if, and then we're going to, sorry for all the noise, I'm trying to fix this chair so I don't keep sliding down the longer I do this. 0.0F, so if we have no charge. Okay, so no charge, low charge. So if we have no charge, if we're less than 0, then what we want to do is we want to take our flashlight flicker timer handle. Just want to make sure I have all the timer handles ready to go. Yeah, it's flashlight flicker and battery. Okay. I'm just going to take it right now and go... Give me a second. Apparently I don't remember the C++ for that particular function. Okay. That's fine. Get world. Get timer manager. Dot. All right. So this one is. Okay. Just want to make sure we had the pause in. This is clear timer, and we're going to clear the flicker. We are again going to run abort flashlight. No, not that abort. Oh God, no, 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 no. Oh God. Oh, I don't want to see what happens if I ran that. I'm not even sure Unreal would allow me to compile the abort function into that. And then we do need an else because we don't want this to happen in the other situation, but we do want it to happen if we're under the 15% or at 15 or under. So, you know, I actually don't know the function for this, if it exists. Is timer paused? Cool. That's the function. And then that is flash. Really? I spelled... Fuck me. You know what? We're going to use that rename feature. Okay. Wish I could actually say in class, but whatever. Preview, please. Okay. That was all the times I used it. They're all renamed. Awesome. Right, so this returns a bool, I think. We're just going to check the API on that one really quickly just to make sure it does return a bool. So UE for C++ is timer paused. Sorry, let me bring the screen over so you can see what I'm looking at. Yeah, so it returns a bool. Awesome. That makes this a lot easier. What I can do then is if. So if the timer is paused, in this case, we want to unpause the timer. And then else. So, okay, so what we're doing here is checking if it's paused. In case it hasn't actually been aborted, that means someone turned it off and they've now turned it back on. And we want to unpause it. So what we're going to do is get world, get time manager, and then from there we're going to unpause timer, and we're just going to pass in our timer handle. And all we're doing is unpause the TH. Okay. That's all we're doing on that one. The else is a bit more complicated. So what's happening here, if you think about it this way, is, all right, do we have a low charge? And if we do we have no charge? There's no point to do this one first because, yeah. Well, if we have no charge, then clear the timer and abort the flashlight, which will clear the other timers. If it's a low charge, okay, do we already have a flicker timer handle running? If we do, sorry, do we have one running but paused? If we do, then unpause it. If not, what we want to know is, do we have a handle? And really, what we want to know is, do we not have a handle? Because we have a handle and we're going through this part, we're doing nothing. If we don't have a handle, we don't have a timer, and we're saying, hey, we want a timer. Start this timer now. So what we're going to do is if, and then we're going to do get world. I don't know actually what the code for this is in C++. I've never done this before. But I have a good guess that it's going to be is valid. Oh, okay. Guess I was wrong. Is timer exists? Is that it? Returns if the second timer exists. Yep. That is, I guess, what I'm looking for. I think. Let's go to the API. Let's go up to ftime manager. And I'm going to search for the word valid. Nope. I'm going to search for the word exists. Which one was I looking at in here? Timer exists. Okay. So that's going to be way further down. Cool. Is timer active is my other one. I feel like that's or is valid. Yeah, okay. I feel like this is going to work. I'm just going to put a note to try the other one if it doesn't. So, try is timer active if this does not work. Given that I need to eat shortly and cook dinner still, we are not going to be testing this. But hey, I'm basing it on code I know does work. So if this is not true, then we're going to do something. And what we're going to do is we are going to create that timer handle. Ow. And I'm going to be really... Give me a second. This is going to drive me up the damn wall. Oh, too many arguments. I thought that was too few. Yeah, no, I got rid of that. Forgot about that. What was I doing? Oh, I was going to steal the bit of code from up here. It's always towards the top. There we go. We're going to take this bit. Oh, I guess I can actually... We'll talk about that in a moment. Alright, so if it does not exist, then we want to create it. So we're going to get world, get timer, set timer. We're setting that timer handle because it doesn't exist. And it will be every 0.15, it will loop. And it will not be our oxygen timer. It will be our flashlight timers, plural. Now, flashlight flicker. So here we're setting the flicker, which is actually just setting this timer, or I'm pausing this timer as and when needed, or this bit, getting rid of the flashlight as well. We're turning it off. Right, so this takes us to timers. And all we're going to do here... Give me 1 second, sorry. Oh, we did up here. Okay. I was like, what? All right, so it's a timers bit. Which we've already, yep, okay. Just want to make sure we did that bit because I got really confused. Okay, so we're going to do a check. If, and then it is B is active is true. And then we're going to have an else. Okay, let's take care of the else first, and this one's a bit simpler. All we're going to do is find the get world, get timer manager, pause timer, and we're going to pause battery drain TH. We're going to copy this line. And that will be our flashlight flicker TH. Okay. For our if statement up here, we're going to have another check. And that's if. And then we're going to do get world, get timer manager. And then we're going to check is paused. And it's battery drain TH. Okay, and we're gonna have an else in here as well. So if it is not paused, in this case, we don't have a battery. We don't have a timer. We haven't done it yet because this timer is gonna be running pretty much at all times. Yeah, we only ever pause it and unpause it. So we are going to get world, and yes, I scrolled up to read that line. Let me get rid of this so I can read it more easily. We are going to get timer manager. We are going to do set timer, and this will be our battery drain TH. It will be in this class, and it's going to run the event use stats. That's why I copied it earlier, because I didn't have to type this part out. Flashlight battery drain, which we have defined up here. So we're running a timer on that. And we are looping this every 0.1, so almost every tick. And it does loop, so that is true. Right, that was the easy one. This one, what we're gonna do is, well, I'm just gonna take this bit because I need to change one word in it. Don't know why that made me laugh. Unpause timer. And then have another if statement. And we're gonna take actually this part because again, we just need to change one word, and it is hilarious. I forgot to change the word, but I just need to swap those two around. So if our thing is active, if we have a paused flashlight timer, battery drain, and we unpause it, well, we can check, do we have a flicker that's also paused? Sorry, that's not true. We check, is the battery drain paused? And we unpause it if it is, because it's saying, hey, it's valid, it's paused, unpause it. If we unpause it, or when we unpause it, we check, do we have a flicker as well? Well, if we have a flicker as well, we might as well unpause that timer so that the flicker resumes right away. All right, that takes us through that, and I think that actually takes us through everything I planned on doing. Cool, let's build this, make sure. Why this is at 8 gigabytes? Jesus Christ. What is going on, Unreal? Ever since 4.27. Okay, what failed? All right. Line 22 can. All right, so line 225 of our header. 225. Oh, okay. Cool. Wonderful. Apparently B is active actually is defined already in the engine itself. So we're just going to change these all to N. And I don't trust the rename on that one, given where it's all located. And also because of this one there. Okay, I think these are the last two. Yep. Okay, those were the last two. Yeah, undo that. All right, let's compile it one more time. Pray to God. Fingers crossed, everybody. I didn't hit the... Hang on. Oh, I did hit it. Timer handle. All right, it compiled. So it stands for a flashlight flicker timer handle. So to demonstrate what that does, I actually have the code for that. Let me just do this really quickly. So let me just grab the flashlight battery really quickly. It said 15%, so we'll start at 17%. Just to make this a little bit easier to see. Also, we're not going to use this map because that one takes so long to load. Don't save. All right, it's loading slowly. I'm just gonna kill my camera for a second. So yeah, let me just show you how this entire system works so it makes sense. Because if you can't see it and sorry, I knew I was gonna have a cough. A coughing fit, which is why I wanted to close the turn the camera off. I thought I'd have enough time to get to the mute button when it came on. So so the way this works, if I hit play, it takes a moment for it to load, even on this map, which again is more performant than the other map, but still. We go full screen so we can get rid of the weirdness of the wrong aspect ratio. You see how the battery level on the right hand side says 17%? If I hit F, which will turn my flashlight on, let me just aim at the ground so you can see it. There we go, it's at 16. And there's that flicker effect. If I hit F again, the flashlight's deactivated, the battery stops draining. The timer for the drain, oh, I skipped a step, by the way. The timer for the drain is off. If I hit F again, it starts flickering right away. That second unpause I put in for that flicker, that second check and unpause, is for that step, because otherwise it will take a moment to start flickering. Thank you. And then again, when we hit F again, let's just drop down to 0%. There we are, it's at 0%. Oh, hey, that is an interesting thing I need to actually fix. That should not fire off if it doesn't have a charge. Let's take a look at the C++ code, make sure I actually included that statement. I'm in, oh no, I'm in the right spot. Okay. Yeah, I might actually put this inside the function then. and then have that over there. Okay, that's good to know for my update to this. I said I skipped something, though. And let me go back to the thing I skipped before we finish this stream out. Because otherwise, we're going to have problems. Also, let me get this off to the other window. Right, to do battery stuff. What the heck do I want to do here for the battery stuff? Oh, no, that's still UI. Okay. Yeah, we're not doing that today. Okay, yeah, so we are done. I just going to compile so it doesn't freak out at me that I've made a change. It's meant to be unpleasant. I mean, the entire game, like, the reason the UI is so crowded, like, it's meant to be uncomfortable. That's why the UI is crowded the way it is. Like, if we go into... So, yeah, these are the art assets. Yes, I actually made these, which is terrifying. Me making art-based things. But yeah, the reason why this is so cluttered, and it's going to be more cluttered, you're going to have abilities to turn parts of it on and off, is that it's meant to be overwhelming. Like, you're meant to have a lot thrown at you, because you're meant to be uncomfortable the entire time. By the way, the reason why the UI looks weird in the wrong aspect ratio is I wrote my curve retainer for a particular aspect ratio, 16:9. The in-editor is not at 16:9. So it does go a bit funky. But yeah, like these things, it's gonna be very tight quarters as well when we're inside buildings. Like, it's not gonna be an easy environment to move through. Yep, it's gonna have warning signs. It's actually gonna have a whole bunch of different warning signs in different locations too, based on what's going on, just to make it more uncomfortable. So there'll be one... Sorry, don't get the mouse back. There'll be one right in the center here. And then there'll be status alerts here. And other ones up here. I haven't decided what I'm going to fill down here. I might actually leave this side blank. But again, the idea is to really make the user feel like they're trapped in the suit. And just to close it out, let's take a look at the AI one more time. Just like we did at the start. I just realized I didn't turn my camera back on after the coughing fit. Sorry about that. What do you mean by fishbowl? Because currently it actually is fishbowling. That's why it's curved the way it is. I mean, I could make that curve worse. We can see the pathfinding there, the A-star algorithm at its play. It sees me. And as you see, as I move due to my use of stamina, my heart rate goes up, the screen goes darker, my oxygen consumption levels go up. And as he gets closer, you can hear him getting closer. Hang on. What the fuck? No. Come on. I thought I fixed that. Sorry, Sam. I said I would check that earlier. Good Sam, that is. Not original flavor Sam. Give me a second. Bouncy, 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 and stop. Son of a... I swear I fixed that issue earlier. Okay, at least I know where that issue is located. Let me just quickly tackle that, because it's going to drive me up the wall otherwise. Can you do the thing thank you. It doesn't work well making it brighter, unfortunately. I tried that. It just does not read well for some reason. What I want to figure out is how to fix the issue with the curve. You look carefully. You see how there's dots all over the screen? I'm not sure if you can see them. So you should be able to see, like, you look at the wall, the white wall there, just above the white circle. So in this area, you can see dots. That actually covers the entire screen, except for the bottom of the curve for some reason. Bouncy, 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 bouncy. Okay, that's right. Now what we need to do to fix it up even more is we're gonna make this 15 and negative 15. That's just how spread out the footprints are from each other. It's a little unrealistic, but the footprint might be a bit too big. I might need to resize the footprint down and set it back to 10. Yeah, I wish I could blur the edges. That is not an easy trick. That is what I want to do. But doing that is surprisingly difficult. In fact, everyone who does it, I know, has to write custom functions. And custom graphics functions are weird. What the shit? Just in case, I'm gonna run it this way just one time. Come on, load faster. Were those numbers there last time? Yeah, I actually like that. Okay, we'll leave that as that setting. Okay, cool. And whilst I'm thinking about it, let's also revert that back to 100. So that we have a full battery when we hit play. Now, I just want to check that this dude now has the right footprints as well. Cool. Let me turn that up. No, wrong one. Let me turn... Okay. Thank you, buddy. Yep, his are right. Okay, cool. Okay. So yeah, say hi to our friendly robot. He loves us. He'll follow us. God, he is actually moving fast with me. Way faster. You can see the fact that his numbers never get above, like, 300. Kind of need you to forget I exist for a moment for this next thing to work. his footprints might be backwards, actually. Okay, I'll take care of that later. I need to do that with a different way of debugging him. Really? I was wondering why my window looked weird. What the flying heck? Oh my god. There are days I really, really hate Unreal. Ah, okay. It was F10 I hit by accident earlier. Oh, yeah, sure. On the character, the spot I was talking about being red. Is the thing down there, those little stripes. Should technically be red for commander. Likewise, there's technically should be a red stripe down the center of the helmet, but I'm not so bothered by that. I also want to get rid of the word Mars there. And I think there's one on his back too. I know it's on his back actually. I don't care what it says on the back, to be fair. That also should be this type of watch. Sorry, I have it upside down. I looked at the stream and saw that. There you go. Because the watch is used by NASA or Amiga Speedmasters. Not Seamaster, Speedmaster. If you're a James Bond fan, then it's a Seamaster. If you're a NASA fan, it's a Speedmaster. Yes, I actually have one. I would like to get the leather band or the cloth band I use for the actual NASA ones, but meh. Alright, well, we are 2 hours over what I planned to do. So I'm going to end up calling it here, guys. I will continue stuff for Community Night on Discord, as I said earlier, where we'll do a watch party for a space-based TV show, oddly enough. So if you want, I'll be on the VC in general on Discord in a bit. And if you're not already part of the community, there is a Discord community you are more than welcome to join. Link is in the description. In addition, if you want to be, our next live stream is tomorrow at 12:30 British Summer Time, where we will be working on the Neuron engine, the game engine I'm working on. Yes, Sam, watches go on the outside of spacesuits. I'm not being facetious. They really do go on the outside of spacesuits. Just really quickly, just so I can show you. I just went to the wrong thing. I went to shopping. I mean, modern ones, they have tablets there instead. It's actually a fold pattern thing they have. That also is there it is. There's a good example. Like that right there. That's an Omega. Is that really? That's Swigert. Is this Apollo 13? Yeah, that's Apollo 13. Because I think Swigert didn't go up again. And given the number of tubes connected to his suit, that's definitely Apollo 13. But yeah, modern suits actually have tablets instead. Like literal, like not only the technical tablet, but also have the tablet, a tablet box that goes on there or on the leg. So like in this one, you can see this one has his book tablet. So this is what his mission regs say, what he has to do on this particular job. So you can actually see that it's open there and there's text there. He can flip through that or she can flip through that to read the material that's there. And this person is a commander. Red stripe. The red stripes have changed over time from where they're located. So yeah, as I said earlier, there's that watch again. You can see it up there on the upper part of the sleeve before the gauntlet portion. You can also tell that the other guy was the command module pilot based on the number of tubes. This is someone who's going to go to the moon. Swigert only has one connector. Likewise here's Armstrong and Aldrin. You can see that Armstrong and Aldrin each have multiple connectors, and Young only has the one on that side. Again, there's that same watch. Oh, Shira. He has some fun stories. Sorry, I'm laughing because I'm just thinking about stories about Deke Slayton. Sorry, I'm a bit of a space nerd, by the way, if you didn't realize this beforehand. Yeah, so anyway, the next stream is tomorrow at 12:30 BST here on YouTube. Where we'll be working on the Neuron engine. This video, this live stream, all the tutorials, all that stuff has been brought to you by my Patreon sponsors, and you too can help this channel out. You don't have to become a Patreon sponsor. All you have to do is hit that like button below if you haven't already. Seriously, that helps the channel out more than I can say. And if you want to make sure you're here for when tutorials are released, which is Monday after 5 o'clock p.m. that is, British time, British summertime, or GMT during the winter, then make sure to hit the subscribe and notify icon. If you do want to help the channel out even further and you have a bit of extra money to donate, then consider becoming a Patreon sponsor. Outside of projects like this, Patreon sponsors get instant access to all ongoing tutorial projects on YouTube. This is not a tutorial project. At higher levels, they get instant access. At other levels, they get access once the tutorial has run its course on YouTube and I've completed everything I was going to do videos for. And you get early access to content when I have time to actually edit content. I know I owe like 3 videos this week to Patreon. But that said, either way, or anyway, I look forward to seeing you either in the future live streams or in a future tutorial. And I hope that you have a wonderful day.